Hi, Mr. Muthuraman. We seem to have lost.
A day of gratitude for generations before us who committed their lives to making India free and then building this nation on the principles of justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. These are important ideals, ones we must uphold as the guiding light as we continue to work for India's development. Even more so in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, which is threatening to push us back on the progress made in poverty alleviation over the last 2 decades. It's more important now than ever before for our development journey forward to be inclusive and sustainable. As the country perseveres to combat the pandemic and get back on its feet, we must realize that we have only 10 years in which to recover lost ground and achieve the sustainable development goals. Our past ways of tackling inequity in education and healthcare, or addressing problems of malnutrition, unemployment, urban housing, or climate change will fall woefully short. We need to find new ways of thinking and acting on India's developmental agenda. The first step in all this is for stakeholders in India's development, both domestic and global, to come together and resolve to work together. The purpose of the Nudge Forum is to provide that space and make India's inclusive and sustainable development a rallying point for all Indians, diaspora, and allies across the globe. Once again, it's a pleasure for me to welcome all of you to be a part of this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muthuraman, for sharing your wisdom. For India's development story to progress, creating global and local allies, partnerships, and shared learnings has never been more critical. So thank you so much once again for sharing.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. I wish you all success.
Thank you. Yeah, now we'll have another video on COVID heroes presented by the Josh team.
Hi, I'm Maitri Jitkar and I'm a founder of a youth-led organization called Zero Gravity. We are a platform for young change makers to come together and work on projects of social good. We intervene in the space of education, healthcare and rural development. And we have really built upon our infrastructural makeover projects. So we transform government schools and shelters for children, women and aged into beautiful learning centers and comfortable homes for them to stay. Because these are unprecedented times and this pandemic has actually thrown light on how important of a role non-profits have played and can play in during the time of crisis.
When the world was hit by this crisis, people who needed help and people who wanted to help both had no idea how to tackle this. No organization had a plan in place. We as an organization, we started out by helping people in need around our community.
Immediately after the lockdown, there of course was a lot of panic and fear in people who were dependent on daily wages and people without ration cards, and these were the people basically who we had to cater to. These people were people living in slums, in labor colonies, migrant workers who were stranded and had to be moved to shelters. So the first need that all of us identified was definitely food. And it started with a little bit of chaos for organizations to understand where exactly this is needed and how much. But everyone started with ration kits distribution and cooked food distribution. Initially, the work was focused on holistic support for daily wage earners, and a lot of organizations started distributing relief packs including food, medicines and essential supplies, and that is exactly how we started. But with the lockdown being extended, a lot of pressure was increasing on organizations working on ground with such a limited human resource considering the times, and with very few set of volunteers, we had to pull off work on ground. We had to carry on verifications before distribution just to avoid duplications, but it was amazing to see how different organizations were working in coordination with each other to lay down a good, well-planned strategy that would work on ground, and that really helped, especially in tier 2 cities. And towards the end of the lockdown, when the migrant workers started going back home through Shramik trains, some of them were walking and crossing our tolls. The workers boarding these Shramik trains or walking back home were not even equipped enough with basic essentials, right from food or sanitary napkins for women or food for newborn babies. And this is something that we try to cater to, and with all the work that a lot of organizations have done, they have shown deep commitment to building an inclusive, caring and more equitable India.
Okay, that was on the humanitarian side. We'll have one more Josh video play. These are presented by the Josh Talks team. Thank you so much for putting them together. So we'll have one video from the medical side as well.
Hello everyone, my name is Shlok Jaguste and this is my friend Varun Kokhle, and together we are the founders of Shubhashish Initiative. 12 different locations in 12 days and 4,500 people. This is how much Shubhashish Initiative has contributed in its lifetime. These 4,500 people that were fed through this initiative include the extremely needy people, the gypsy families, daily wage workers. They also include policemen, sanitation workers, as well as Amphan cyclone victims of Odisha and migrant laborers stuck in Maharashtra. We also serve the transgender community in Chennai.
So the initial idea of the initiative came when I used to distribute sweets and savories made during festivities around my locality to the needy people when I was in class 11. And then since this COVID-19 pandemic was a very severe one and had a large impact on our country, we decided that we could do our part as the government and NGOs did. So this is when we decided to help out the hungry and needy people out there by supplying them with cooked food packets and even grocery kits.
So in the beginning, we planned to have many volunteers across the major cities of India, but at the very start of the initiative, it was only me and Varun. So I stay in Kharghar, Navi Mumbai, and initially I thought it would be very difficult to effectively distribute the food packets, but the Kharghar Police Department was very instrumental. They escorted us to the areas which were in the most need, and they made sure that there was orderly distribution of food. And without their help, it would have been very difficult to do our jobs and distribute the food packets accordingly.
So for the first 3 days, 3 to 4 days, we distributed cooked food packets all around our areas, as Shlok in Kharghar and myself in Chennai. So then we started receiving special requests from transgender community and slum clear and poor people to help them with groceries and as well as with cooked food. So that is when we swung into action and distributed aid to them. Also, we facilitated two big missions where we had Mission Odisha, which was to help the people affected due to Amphan cyclone in coastal Odisha, and then to help migrant laborers stuck in Maharashtra with the help of Maharogi Seva Samiti of Dr. Baba Prakash Amte. And this is how our initiative came to an end.
So after the end of the Shubhashish initiative for food delivery, we started Shubhashish Vidya, which is where we facilitate peer tutoring in times of lockdown. It is basically for hobby and skill training, and people who are interested can contact us to contribute.
So as you can see, this is the contact us page on of our website. You can contact us anytime and inquire about whatever your requirements are. So till then, Sarvadata Sukhi Bhav.
Great. We have more exciting sessions coming up later today. And the pandemic has required everyone across the country to jump in and do their bit. While
अगर हम कोविड की बात करें तो कोविड का पैंडेमिक पूरे वर्ल्ड में इस वक्त चल रहा है। पैंडेमिक्स अक्सर आते रहते हैं और जाते रहते हैं। 1820 के अंदर पैंडेमिक आया था, 1720 में भी आया था, लगभग 100 साल के बाद में पैंडेमिक आता है। रिसेंट पैंडेमिक 1920 में आया था, स्पेनिश फ्लू का, जिसके अंदर की 5 करोड़ लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई थी और हिंदुस्तान अकेले में 1.25 करोड़ लोगों की मृत्यु हुई थी। और अब ये पैंडेमिक चल रहा है कोविड का। लेकिन समय के साथ में ये पैंडेमिक्स का प्रहार कम होता जाता है क्योंकि ह्यूमन अंडरस्टैंडिंग बढ़ गई है, टेक्नोलॉजी की एडवांसमेंट हो गई है। उसकी वजह से पैंडेमिक्स के प्रकोप जो है वो थोड़े कम हो जाते हैं जैसे जैसे समय बढ़ता जा रहा है। अगर हम कोविड की बात करें तो पूरे विश्व के अंदर कोविड लगभग 20 मिलियन लोगों को अफेक्ट कर चुका है। 20 मिलियन यानी 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों को वर्ल्ड ओवर में इसका अफेक्ट हो चुका है। और अगर हिंदुस्तान की हम बात करें तो आंकड़े ये बताते हैं कि 2.4 मिलियन यानी कि 24 लाख लोगों को कोविड की इन्फेक्शन हो गई है, जो कि हमारे पास में डाटा है, जिसमें से 47,000 लोगों की हिंदुस्तान में मौत हो गई है। अब फर्क क्या है फॉरेन कंट्रीज में, अब्रॉड और हिंदुस्तान में? फर्क ये है, कुछ अच्छी बातें हैं हिंदुस्तान के कोविड के बारे में। सबसे पहली चीज तो यह है कि यहाँ पे मॉर्टेलिटी रेट जो है बहुत कम है, यानी कि मृत्यु दर जो है वो काफी कम है, जो कि केवल 2.19% है। लेकिन अगर हम वर्ल्ड ओवर की बात करें तो मृत्यु दर काफी ज्यादा है, 4.8% के आसपास की है। मृत्यु दर जो है वो इंटरनेशनल सिनेरियो में हर कंट्री की डिफरेंट रही है। इटली के अंदर मृत्यु दर जो है 10 से 11% की गई है। यूएसए के अंदर मृत्यु दर 4.78% की गई है। और अगर हम हिंदुस्तान में बात करें तो मृत्यु दर 2.19% केवल है। ये एक अच्छी बात है। दूसरी एक जो बहुत अच्छी बात है हिंदुस्तान की वो ये है कि यहाँ पर रिकवरी रेट बहुत अच्छा है, यानी कि 70% के करीब जो मरीज हैं वो रिकवर हो चुके हैं। रिकवरी रेट 70% है, जो कि इंटरनेशनली सारी कंट्रीज के हिसाब से बहुत टॉप पोजीशन पे आता है। तो हमारे हिंदुस्तान में कोविड की 2 चीजें बड़ी अच्छी हैं। एक तो यहाँ पे मृत्यु की दर काफी कम है और दूसरी तरफ रिकवरी रेट जो है बहुत अच्छा है, 70% के करीब जो है रिकवरी रेट है। अब हम आते हैं वॉरियर्स कौन है जिन्होंने कि कोरोना को फ्रंट लाइन से लड़े हैं। उन वॉरियर्स के अंदर बहुत सारे लोग आ जाते हैं, पुलिस के आ जाते हैं, कर्मी, मीडिया कर्मी आ जाते हैं, एनजीओज आ जाते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रोल जिन्होंने कि फ्रंट के ऊपर आके लड़ा है वो हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स का है। हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स के अंदर डॉक्टर्स आ जाते हैं, नर्सेज आ जाती हैं, मेडिकल स्टाफ आता है, पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ आता है, इवन सफाई कर्मचारी अस्पतालों के आ जाते हैं। इन लोगों ने बहुत ही शिद्दत के साथ में लड़ाई लड़ी है। अगर हिंदुस्तान अकेले की बात करें तो 104 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है कोविड से, और इससे भी कहीं ज्यादा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे डॉक्टर्स जो हैं नेशनल आईएमए के मेंबर नहीं हैं, लेकिन 109 डॉक्टर्स तो नोन हैं जिनकी मृत्यु हुई है कोविड से। और हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स भी बहुतों की मृत्यु हुई है, वर्ल्ड ओवर जो है काफी लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है। अगर आप सिर्फ इटली की बात करें तो एक टाइम पे 10,000 हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स जो है क्वारंटीन में थे इटली के अंदर। तो हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स के ऊपर बहुत प्रकोप आया है इस बीमारी का। लेकिन इस प्रकोप के साथ में एक और भी चीज हुई है हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स के साथ में, कि हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स की मोर्टेलिटी रेट जो है वो जनरल पॉपुलेशन से थोड़ी ज्यादा है। शायद वो ऐसे एटमॉस्फेयर में काम करते हैं जहां पर कि बड़े कंसंट्रेटेड इन्फेक्शंस उनको होने के चांसेस होते हैं। तो मृत्यु दर भी जो है जो हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स हैं उनकी काफी ज्यादा हुई है एज कंपेयर टू द जनरल पब्लिक। अब हम बात करते हैं कि कोविड के अंदर हमें जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि इस बीमारी को, क्योंकि बीमारी अभी भी चल रही है, आज भी हमारे देश के अंदर 66,000 केसेस रोज हो रहे हैं। अगर हम इसी दर से चलते हैं तो 3 हफ्ते के अंदर हम जो इस वक्त हमारे यहाँ पे 22 लाख के करीब केस हैं, आने वाले 3 हफ्ते के अंदर ये 44 लाख हो जाएंगे। डबलिंग रेट बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। तो हमारे को प्रिकॉशंस क्या लें? देखिए, प्रिकॉशंस बड़ी सिंपल है। अगर आप ह्यूमन टू ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन करेंगे तभी आपको कोविड होगा, नहीं तो नहीं होगा। तो कोशिश कीजिए कि ह्यूमन टू ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन, घर से बाहर निकलने से पहले, किसी मीटिंग में जाने से पहले अपने आप से सवाल पूछें, क्या ये जरूरी है? क्या ये ह्यूमन टू ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन अवॉइड हो सकती है? क्या ये काम टेलीफोन पे, व्हाट्सएप पे, फेसबुक पे या हमारे किसी मेल के ऊपर या वेबिनार के ऊपर तो नहीं ये मीटिंग हो सकती? ट्राई टू अवॉइड ह्यूमन कॉन्टैक्ट्स, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। जहां पर हो सके ह्यूमन कॉन्टैक्ट को अवॉइड कीजिए। कम्युनिटी गैदरिंग्स में नहीं जाइए। ये सब चीजें अभी भी अवॉइड करना बहुत जरूरी है, नहीं तो ये इन्फेक्शन। मैं एक चीज और बता दूं, जो पेंडेमिक है वो लहरों में आते हैं। पिछली वाला पेंडेमिक जो है 4 लहरों में आया था और 2.5 साल तक चला था। तो हमें ये खुश नहीं होना चाहिए कि हमारी सिटी में अब केसेस कम हो रहे हैं तो शायद अब सेफ हो गए, हो सकता है दूसरी लहर आ जाए। तो ये बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है हमारे लिए जानने के लिए। पहली चीज है ह्यूमन टू ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन को अवॉइड कीजिए। दूसरी चीज है हैंड हाइजीन को मेंटेन करके रखिए। हाथ जो है बार बार आप साफ करके रखिए, क्योंकि ये इन्फेक्शन जो है, अगर हम हाथ से अपने नाक, मुंह या आंख को खुजाते हैं तो फिर उससे इन्फेक्शन होने के चांसेस हैं, अगर हमारे हाथ कोविड वायरस से कंटेमिनेटेड हैं तो। तीसरी चीज है रेस्पिरेटरी हाइजीन रखिए। जिस भी व्यक्ति से मिल रहे हैं कम से कम 2 मीटर का फासला रखिए, ये बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। मास्क का इस्तेमाल हर वक्त कीजिए, ये बड़ा जरूरी है। कॉफ एथिक्स को फॉलो कीजिए। जब भी कभी आपको खांसी करनी हो तो आप उसको इस तरह से करके इनसाइड ऑफ द एल्बो के अंदर खांसी कीजिए, ताकि ये इन्फेक्शन कहीं पर और ना फैल पाए। ये अगर हम कुछ प्रिकॉशंस लेंगे तो हम कोविड से बचे रह सकते हैं। इसके अलावा आप आरोग्य सेतु ऐप है वो डाउनलोड कर लीजिए। आप हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेयर की साइट्स हैं या WHO की साइट है, अपने आप को एजुकेटेड रखिए इस बीमारी के लिए, क्योंकि रोज रोज नए शोध हो रहे हैं और इसके ऊपर एजुकेटेड रखिए। इसका वैक्सीन का स्टेटस क्या है, इसका ट्रीटमेंट का स्टेटस क्या है।
Okay, great. Next in Nudge Forum, I'm honored to welcome Ashish Dhawan, founder of Central Care Foundation, and Madhav Chavan, founder of Pratham. He's also a partner at the Nudge Center for Social Innovation, who will lead their respective talks on the state of education in India, followed by a fireside chat with Smarinita Shetty, co-founder of India Development Review. Ashish and Madhav have spent decades working on India's education systems, public and private, and have analyzed the strengths and vulnerabilities of the system. More recently, those surfaced by the pandemic. In this chat, they will highlight the opportunities to strengthen these systems as well as what's needed to achieve inclusive and equitable education for all. Very warm welcome to all of you. Over to Smarinita for the next hour.
Thank you, Santosh. Good morning, everyone, and a very happy Independence Day to you all. This is the opening plenary of the India section of the forum that's being organized over a 24-hour period, and the discourse is all about development. Most of you in India, tuning in, it's a relatively early start for you all, especially given that it's a Saturday. So thank you for making the time. This panel is going to be on the state of education in India. And the reason we are starting the day with this is because in India, quality education is seen as a silver bullet, right? One that can change the life of a child and therefore her family as well. And therefore, this panel is going to have like Ashish and Madhav speak about, where are we today? What are the opportunities? The reason this discussion is also particularly important at this point in time is basically threefold. One is because we just have 10 years left for the Sustainable Development Goals, and SDG 4, which is all about education, is primarily about getting all our children, right, boys and girls, to achieve primary and secondary schooling by then. Secondly, India has launched its national education policy after a gap of 34 years. This is a very ambitious policy, and even if we can get a big chunk of it done, it's going to transform the way education happens, for our children and for the generations that come. But most importantly, which is the third reason, is that we're all in the midst of this pandemic, and it has fundamentally changed the world, right? But it has the biggest impact has, in a sense, been on children's education. So we are being forced to think of new ways to kind of reach them. How do we teach them, also to make sure that no child is left behind. So given this urgency and given the sense of that we have to do things now, and to understand some of these factors, we have Ashish, who's the founder and chairperson of Central Square Foundation, as well as the founding member of Ashoka University, and Madhav, who's a founder and the a former CEO of Pratham, which is one of the largest non-profits in India, both on the education as well as the skilling front, speak to us. In a sense, they don't need a bigger introduction, because literally when you say education in India, these are probably the first two names that come to mind. So I am going to hand over the mic, in a sense, to them. So maybe Madhav, we can start with you. Maybe you can do, address the audience for the first 15 minutes, followed by Ashish, and then we can do a Q&A and a fireside chat. Thank you. You're on mute, Madhav. I think you're on mute.
Oh, okay, I didn't know I could unmute myself. So thank you, Smaranita. Talking about state of education today is extremely difficult, because today is a time of such uncertainty. And what if you say what was the state of education in February 2020, that would have been one thing. But now talking about state of education as it exists today, it basically says zero. All schools are closed, and the process of education, process of transferring knowledge and skills to the next generation has all but come to a standstill. And the worst part is we don't know when this is going to end and how it's going to pan out afterwards. People casually, when they talk, they say when all this is over, and we don't know really what we mean by all this is over and when that will be. When the pandemic started and everything started shutting down, there was a tendency to use the words, the phrase new normal. I somehow, maybe I don't talk to many people, but I don't seem to hear the phrase new normal anymore. People have gotten tired of whatever this new normal was. And I'm not sure there is such a thing as a new normal. I think everybody's dying to get back to what it used to be, where you could get together, go to the restaurant, go for a drive, or go for a walk, and meet people and shake hands and hug and so on and so forth. And the new normal of sitting at home, working from home, learning at home is getting a bit too tiresome. And of course, there are other issues involved with it. But let's talk about the state of education as it existed and what its challenges were. And now, as you pointed out, with the new education policy, we have reached a point where we've expressed some aspirations of where we want our country to be, based on certain assumptions as to where the whole country is going to be. Education-wise, we know that we want to do X, Y, and Z, but is that going to be relevant after all this is over, as you would say? Because ultimately, education, its goals are dependent on basically two broad themes. One is the theme of social justice, equitable, equal, and so on and so forth. That is the social justice theme. And the other one is when you talk about quality of education and so on, its relevance to the economy. What does the Indian economy need? What kind of workforce does the Indian economy need? If you put those two things together, and these are broad national sort of goals, but at the same time, you would see from a family point of view or individual point of view, these can be translated differently. You'd say, I want my child to grow up to be a responsible and good citizen, a good person. That's a very social kind of goal. And the other is, I want my child to be able to fend for himself, herself, should be able to get a job, should be able to earn a livelihood with some sense of dignity. So if you look at it, it's a 2x2 kind of matrix where there is an individual goal and there is a national goal. There is a social goal and there's an economic goal. And the education system, whether it is expressed that way or not, actually has to navigate the space around these four boxes. And then you have to say whether we have succeeded or we are succeeding in fulfilling the aspirations, family-wise, individual-wise, or a national. Um, there's a tendency to think that a lot has happened only in the last 20, 30 years. You see, it's true that a lot has happened in the last 20, 30 years, especially after the economic liberalization of India and after the turn of the millennium. But if you look at the numbers, it'll tell you that by 2000, the gross enrollment ratio for primary education in India, number of children in primary schools against the number of children in that, I don't know, that gross will not be that number of, anyway. So the enrollment ratio at that time, at about 2000, year 2000, had already reached about 95% for primary education. How did we get there? Without any special economic provisions and so on and so forth, without the Right to Education Act? And that's a good question to ask. When Pratham was founded 25 years ago, we started with a belief, and that's why our motto is every child in school and learning well. We have not let go of every child in school, which is going to come handy now. But at that time, the belief was, and I say belief because numbers, statistics, data was not easily available as it is available now. Both the private and the government systems of data have improved remarkably over the last 15, 20 years. And I'm happy to say that we have contributed to that a lot. So numbers were not available, and the belief was that most children are not in school, or a lot of children are not in school. But it turns out that the school system had catered to children in the primary education stage a lot. And this happened for two reasons. One is the states which were responsible for providing education. It was a concurrent subject, but mostly the responsibility lay with the states. The states did provide education for the primary age to the extent they could. And also the important thing, I think, is there was a growing sense of need and demand on the part of families and people. There was a social demand for education, which was latent. It was not apparent to everybody as it is now today, but it was there. But around 2000, the problem was that the gross enrollment ratio at the secondary stage, at the next stage beyond primary, was around 45%. And I think this is something that has significantly changed in the last 20 years. Children going from fourth, fifth grade upwards to 8th grade has now reached about nearly 100%. Everybody who's completing primary education is gone to secondary education, and the rate of completing 10th grade examination is also has grown. Now, what this is saying is the access to schooling, and I use the word schooling very deliberately, is that is to go to a school, to participate in what is going on in the classroom. That access to educational process has increased dramatically. But as we keep saying, schooling is not learning. And so there are the other problems, and we have said this again and again and again, and it can get boring to some people, that while children go to school, their learning is a problem. And when you look at learning, so it's not that some children are not learning. Some children are learning something. To participate in the growing economy, there is a certain percentage of the Indian population, and which is a privileged population, which is able to participate in the economy fully. And you can look at it from different points of view. The total number, percentage of Indian population that actually takes home a regular salary, what is that percentage of the population? I don't think it is more than about 15%. It's probably less than that, 12%. So you are looking at secure living of not more than 12 to 13% people participating fully in the economy. And that in the pandemic has, again, dropped a lot. So then at the end of the education process, whenever that ends, for a lot of people, the education process ends around 12th standard, where right now today, and the new education policy is saying we want to take it to 100%. That may be true, but even after completing 12 years of schooling, and now it's going to be 14 because in the preschool time where they've added a couple of years, including the change in the pattern from 5-3-3-4 or whatever. So after completing that process, and I use the word completing somewhat deliberately, because what will happen is after you complete your 12th standard, if you may continue to undergraduate studies and a graduate degree or a diploma. But essentially, that's when your education process stops. And after that, if you say, is the economy going to provide me a space? The answer is probably not. Is the economy going to change? And these questions have to be answered. The new education policy, and I don't know how much time I have, the new education policy has already set goals to do certain big things, and which is a very welcome change in policy and you have to see when it gets implemented. There are going to be a lot of constraints given the state of the economy today. Some very fundamental things have been proposed. One is that by the third grade or in the primary stage at any rate, children should know their fundamentals of literacy and numeracy and foundational skills. That's a very welcome change. This is something that we've been fighting for the last 15 years, publishing numbers and saying, look, children are going to school, but they're not learning the foundation. So that's a very welcome change. That's not just an opportunity, but it's a very critical need. If you don't get children to come to that point, then future opportunities are cut. And the purpose of education is mainly to create those opportunities. Whether the economy gives them steady jobs or not, that's a completely different thing. But even to fend for themselves, to earn some livelihood, to become contributors and participants in the economy, you need certain basic skills. And if that is not available, then the education process is not going to be useful. It's not about the years of education that you go through. It has some relevance, but it's not just that. Then the second thing that the new policy has proposed, which is a very significant change, is that to build this foundation at the primary stage, you need to start at the early childhood education stage, which was talked about a lot in the previous debates and discussions on policy and implementation and laws of education and all that, but never actually given serious consideration to. Now, I think for the first time, the government has actually said, practically speaking, that you must start education process and not formally speaking, but actually include the preschool years as a part of the primary stage of learning. So that is a very significant change. And I'm glad that it is not about just the cursive writing and the reading of alphabets and numbers. Some serious thought has been given by including some very good educationists in the early childhood education space. And we have that addition to the policy. Now, these two things are important. And the higher education side, I'm sure Ashish will talk about both things after me. But the thing that is important, and that is the thing that is going to be important in the post-pandemic part, is that people will need the freedom to learn. The provisions of the new policy that you should be able to enter and exit as you please. You should be able to create your own learning patterns. There should be freedom for people to set up institutions and certify and so on. Now, all this is really important because the time that is now ahead of us, and not only because of the pandemic, is that, and then mainly because of the technology that is making a big difference, is that there's the process of education, process of acquiring knowledge. I mean, these two are slightly different. This need not be linear as it has been for the last 200 years. And in India, let's say 100 years. Linear as in, you start in grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, then the curriculum and the syllabus is also linear. You learn this in grade 2, then this in 3, and then this is 4. Now, with the availability of technology, and true, it's unequal availability right now, but with the available technology and the availability, the access to technology is going to keep on growing. If you look at that, then the possibility of accessing knowledge non-linearly, it becomes very possible. I was speaking with Nandan Nilekani a few months ago. Before the pandemic, we were recording his interview. And he said it nicely. He said there was a time when we created schools. I can't exactly quote him, but there was a time when we created schools. And that was the important part where the masses started going for education. And then the time came when institutions were set up. And I asked him, so is the time of institutions over or not? Because now institutions have barriers. You can come to my campus, you can come and work in my university, you can study here only if I allow you to, if you cross these barriers and I give you. But technology says I can listen to lectures of Harvard professors and Stanford professors wherever I'm sitting. So why should I have this barrier of enrollment? It's all linked to certification. If you get certified by a university, then you are a graduate of that university. If you belong to a university, you belong to a club. That so your peers, oh, you are from this university, you are from that university, that identifies you as a person, as to who you are. Now that is in the current time, it's going to be difficult. We know in Delhi, for example, I keep hearing cutoff point is 99.5%. I mean, nothing can be more ridiculous that you get 99.5% marks and then you are allowed to enter a certain school or college. I think the future now has to be barrier-free education. And we have to move towards that barrier-free education. The process of learning where people can transfer what they know to you has to become barrier-free. It need not be only institutional. And it may be scary to think of all education or a lot of education becoming informal. But that is something we are learning in the time of the pandemic. I don't know how long this is going to continue, but what suddenly has happened is what were all formal processes of learning have become informal. And we see even among the underprivileged in the villages and so on, what we find is that the parents, earlier parents were not a part of the learning process. And today, as the schools remain closed, the education departments are also saying that you need to bring the parents in, especially for younger children, parents are coming in. For a lot of people, instead of becoming parts of the larger institutions of education, it may be more useful to form small groups of education, small and big and much bigger. So there is a need to reorganize education. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I can see that there is a need to do that. The technology factor is going to be important. It will be helpful in reorganizing education. So there are a lot of challenges. To summarize, I would say we are in the middle of a pandemic, true. It will open up. Whether we go back to exactly the same situation that we were before depends upon how seriously you want to take education. Because the upper classes, the privileged, will actually have their educational process all worked out. The problem is the classes below. And I'm not even saying the last 20%. It's more like the 70% below the top 20, 30%, which are going to need more access to a quality education process. I think I've spoken a lot. Maybe I should stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhav. I think we'll touch upon some of the things in the fireside chat as well. You know, the role of technology, what will it take to kind of create barrier-free education. But before that, I'd like to hand over the floor in a sense, or the room in a sense, to Ashish. Ashish?
Hi, thanks very much. So I thank you. I think Madhav has set the stage, and maybe what I'll do is focus on 6 key points I see with regards to school education and 3 critical points with regards to higher education in the new education policy. So I think starting with the school education, I think Madhav pointed out, the most important reform here is with regards to foundational numeracy and literacy. We do have children going to school, 95+%, almost universal enrollment rates in elementary school. But having said that, there is a learning crisis. And I think the good news about this part is that the document calls out that this is the #1 priority. Without it, no other reform is important. And the fact that by 2025, we need to have achieved significant progress on foundational numeracy and literacy. So it's concrete, and it wants to put it into mission mode. In fact, there's talk, the minister and the finance minister have already announced that a mission will be launched in December and will run for 5 years with concrete goals and hopefully unleashing the demand side, earmarking budgets, and of course, states eventually have to get behind this. So I think that's point #1, a new energy and a mission for foundational numeracy and literacy, which is absolutely critical for the country. And if you look at, there are many other countries around the world that have done this. There's a program in South Africa called Funda Wanda, which is focused on reading. There's Bossa Filipina in the Philippines, which was launched in 2013. By the way, Vietnam did this 20 years ago. And this is why the Vietnamese are so far ahead of us in terms of exports and as a knowledge economy and has a much more vibrant and more just society, I would argue, apart from vibrant economy. China did this 20, 25 years ago. And in the recent past, Kenya has launched the Tusome program. Peru, the most improved country on PISA, also had a strong focus on foundational numeracy and literacy. So I think India finally has decided to do this. And given that 125 million children are enrolled in class 1 to 5, the numbers are significant. 25 million children flow through every grade every year. And if we can get them to be literate and numerate, this will be the single biggest achievement we would have made. The second point is around early education, where of course it's the building block if we want to achieve. The good news also about the first one is we don't require a lot of additional resources. So I personally think the 6% is a pipe dream. It's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, just look at our tax to GDP. It's not conceivable that we can take education up to 6%. We don't have the fiscal space. Forget about the COVID time when we are struggling. Even in the next 5 years, it's not achievable. Let's talk about things that are achievable. The foundational numeracy literacy mission is achievable because the money required is small, just needs to be earmarked. We've actually done some analysis to show, even if you earmark just the money available within SSA itself, you can actually achieve a lot of this. Second is around the universalization of early education. The policy calls for a pre-prep class and I think it addresses the issue which Asar points out, that in rural India, only 28% of children or 27% of children are going to Anganwadis. And 50+% of children are either in private schools or in government schools already. 21 states actually allow children to be admitted into class 1 at the age of 5. And that is a tragedy because children are not ready to transact the grade 1 curriculum. They haven't had that prep year. And so if you look at most middle income countries, they actually do have, akin to our private system, which has a junior K and senior K, they do have at least one pre-preparatory year, in pre-primary year, in the formal school system. Now, this will take time to get rolled out. It'll also cost some money. But in the near term, if we can just reorganize our schools in a way where we prioritize certain schools, we co-locate Anganwadis, I think there's a way to start making progress on this. But I think to fully roll it out will still take 5 to 7 years, and there is an additional fiscal requirement here. I think the third one is around higher quality data. I think what Asar has always done is held a mirror to the system, provided data from the outside. It's a rural survey. I think the system has tried to strengthen the NAS, but I think this idea, the National Achievement Survey, I think this idea of setting up a separate body, PARAK, that not only works to create a framework and works with eventually with boards to create some degree of standardization of learning objectives, but more importantly looks to strengthen the National Achievement Survey. So we get higher quality data coming out of here, because at the end of the day, the system will rely on this. The mission for foundational numeracy and literacy will rely on this data. So I think that's a third important reform, is strengthening our data system, and particularly with regards to learning, not just other data. I think a fourth one is around the idea that whilst we do this mission, I think we can't ignore the fact that 47.5% of our children go to private schools. So I'm not a private school wala. All I'm saying is that we can't ignore this fact that almost 1 in 2 children are there. And so whatever the system wants to do, it does need to be cognizant of the fact that children are there. How do we create the right incentives for these schools to improve? I think a fifth one actually talks to some of these incentives, which is, I know a lot of people have criticized the idea of having exams before class 10 and 12, because there's something mentioned in the policy around this idea of, which people are interpreting as a board exam in class 3, 5, 8. I look at it as, a key stage exam. So there are many systems in the world, Peru, Mexico, Chile, closer to home, many other countries as well in Asia that have key stage exams. The UK is very famous for its key stage exams. And all it says is, we want a low stakes census exam with some degree of fidelity. By the way, Indian state governments are already doing it, but they're not doing a great job. The data is not very reliable. So if we had at the state level, even we picked one key stage, say class 5 at the end of primary school, and it's low stakes, but you had some high fidelity census data, it could then be used to measure how schools are doing, and in particular, to send a signal to parents in terms of how private schools are doing. Because we feel that information provision is a key issue, or the asymmetry in information, the key issue with regards to the lack of incentives for private schools to improve. And finally, I would say the issue of education technology, which we know that right now EdTech is not a panacea for sure, but it needs to be integrated into teaching and learning. It will be accessible at home as smartphone penetration continues to increase. And I think the policy does talk about setting up a national education technology forum. Of course, a lot of innovation here will happen in the private sector through community organizations. But I think even the government even playing some shepherding role in terms of building evidence, running pilots would be useful. So overall, I think I'm quite positive on the policy. Look, it's a policy at the end of the day. It's a question of how we implement it. The good news is that with regards to foundational numeracy and literacy, it's concrete in terms of timeline. I think alongside that will come this PARAK, which is the assessment, because we need the data for the mission. I think this key stage exam, even if we did class 5, could come with the mission, because at the end of the day, every school, and particularly if we want private schools to participate in the mission, we need to send some signal to parents overall and to these schools that they need to perform. So I think there are several of these. ECE also in a way fits into the mission. So out of the 6 points that I made, actually 4 or 5 of them talk to this mission. And so to me, this is the most important one. And there's a concrete timeline, including some concrete goals. If you look at the World Bank's Learning Poverty Report, which aggregates NAS data, not our CERT data, it's the systems data, about 55% of children by class 5 are learning poor. What that means is they can't read basic text at the end of class, at age 10 or class 5. To put it in context, Sri Lanka is at 15% and China is sub 20%. So if we want to have some hope of being a middle income country, if we want to provide some degree of, we want to reduce inequity or some degree of social justice in India, this has to be the single most important goal, taking that 55% down to 25 or 20%, in the next 5-7 years. On higher ed, I would say there are 3 critical reforms. First is, I think the document clearly calls out that all of Indian higher education needs to move in the direction of being multidisciplinary and holistic. I think for too long, the system has been trapped in putting students into a straitjacket, silos, anodyne learning, exams, and basically nothing really happens. For a lot of people who've been through higher ed in India, it's been a farce. And I think this idea, recognizing that the 21st century, most students don't need deep specialized knowledge, but actually 21st century skills critical thinking, the ability to communicate well, the ability to connect the dots, some basic introduction to different disciplines and ways of thinking, some basic knowledge so that they can build on that as knowledge is now accessible and keeps changing in the world around us. So this is the reason we set up Ashoka. And to me, I think the biggest validation of the Ashoka model is the fact that the system now wants to imbibe it across all of higher ed. I think a second one is around credit transfer. I think this idea that, look, we'll have a lot of specialized institutions, but if I'm a student sitting at IIT, could I take the political science course offered by Ashoka online or by some other university, by St. Stephen's or Delhi University, and include it in my portfolio and get credit for it, I think is a big game changer. And we'll have to ensure that it's delivered in a frictionless manner where the institutes don't decide which other institutions are credit worthy, but across a pool of any university in the top 100 can offer a course that's credit worthy, and the other institutions shouldn't be able to stop it. So as long as it's a frictionless market, I think it'll be a game changer. And a third one is around the National Research Foundation. I think all of Indian higher ed, I mean, the reason why we don't show up in these top 100, top 200 rankings is there's only a modicum of research happening at our universities. And I think the National Research Foundation wants to prioritize a few areas. Of course, in our system, we're still leaving a lot of the funding to departments, DST, DBT, other sources. It's not aggregating it under one, but it's playing a coordinating role. And I think this is the role, if you look at the Vannevar Bush plan in the US post-war, World War II, this is what stimulated the creation of the National Science Foundation, NIH, and supercharged research at US universities. China has done the same in the last 15 years with their own equivalents, two separate bodies that China set up. So it's high time that India did this if we want to be a knowledge society, if we want to be a producer of knowledge and not just a consumer of knowledge. And I don't mean just in tech areas. I mean, of course, this is important in areas like AI or quantum computing or biotech. We'll just be left behind. But it's equally important in areas around research around our own civilization or in the social sciences. You know, if Raj Chetty's work on real-time GDP, why couldn't we be doing this in India or for India? So I think there's cutting edge stuff we can do in the social sciences and the humanities as well. So I think there's big opportunities, but a lot will depend upon implementation. This is a guiding document. I think the good news is in school education, at least foundational learning is called out in terms of timing and in terms of mission. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashish. And I think the way you laid out your talk actually segues well into what was going to be my first question, because you actually said these are the 5 things and 3 things that we should focus on, and this is what we should put our emphasis on. But the education sector, in a sense, has a range of stakeholders, right? I mean, from the government to private school players to educationists, teachers, children, parents. So if you had to look at if you had to pick, say, the 3 or 4 large stakeholders in this space and the change that they can drive, how should they be prioritizing this, right? So what should the first 2 things the government should be prioritizing? Similarly, what should be stuff that the way the private school system works, how should they be thinking about it, right? Private school players. So both, if Madhav and maybe Ashish, you could speak to it. What in your heads, because we're a resource constrained, a country in a sense, plus there's so much to be done in so little time. If you had to prioritize, maybe first top 3 stakeholders, what would they have to prioritize?
Who's going first? Ashish?
Madhav,
Yeah.
go ahead.
In a way, the policy has set the priorities. And Ashish mentioned that. In fact, there is a passage in the policy that says that if you don't achieve the universal foundational numeracy and literacy, then everything else is going to be lost. So clearly that is one priority and the topmost priority, and for which everything else should be geared. But I think the way we think of priorities has to change. If you say the priority of the government, then what happens is you're looking at one person who says, look, I can't do 10 things, I'll do 1 thing. But don't forget, this is a huge system. It exists in faraway places. Once upon a time in the little village, there was no education worth talking about. And now you see today that kids coming from small villages are also now shining in the board exams, whatever their worth is, or becoming, IAS officers and so on. This is a spread. It's almost like cricket. Once upon a time, all cricketers came from a little piece of Mumbai, and now they are from far-flung places, and they are the heroes of India. So that it is spread and it's all over the place. Now, everybody who is holding a post somewhere in education has to decide that this is what I want to do, that I must improve the quality of learning and the process of education much higher. That is easy to do. There are different departments that must say, strive for a better performance and excellence. And this is something that you can look at the policy and say, this is what I need to do. And they need to have the freedom to do that. You can't have everything centralized and only one person decides what to do. That is exactly the wrong thing to do, because that brings out all priorities to what a one person can do. But now, if you say that everybody has to make sure that we are going to achieve these goals, then charting your path is possible. Since you talked about all the stakeholders.
Yeah. Ashish?
So Smaranita, I'll maybe, you said 3 or 4 stakeholders. I'll point out like 4 key ones. I think firstly, let's start with government. If we take something like the national mission, I think what we need is the Prime Minister to fully get behind it, to use his offices to actually send out a message to the country that this is in mission mode. It's absolutely critical to define what we want to achieve. And so from the center, there are a number of things we can do in terms of ensuring the budgets are there, the communication and unlocking the demand side, getting districts to compete with each other, as we did in many other programs. So unlocking the demand side and defining some guidelines, I think is at the center. And I think the center is doing that. So a lot of credit to them to putting this into mission mode. And I think the Prime Minister is squarely behind this. So I think we will see the Prime Minister actually lead from the front here. I think as far as government is concerned, the state are key actors, because really education, the implementation is under their control. And so there it's about energizing the departments. They need to do their own analysis. They need to set their own goals. They need to make this a priority, this foundational numeracy and literacy, and then get the district folks and block folks excited about this. It's a whole change management exercise within the system. So if districts are going to compete with each other, each block education officer, who typically will control about 150 schools, needs to feel like they need to improve their unit. We need to have data as well, but energize the whole system. So that's one key set of stakeholders. A second is teachers, of course. All of this will fail if there's no change in the classroom. I mean, we can get everybody behind this, chief ministers. I mean, UP, for instance, the chief minister has put his hand on a document and sworn that he will deliver against Mission Prerna, which is their primary school program. And I think that's fantastic. We need more CMs doing it. But eventually, if the teachers don't see this as, if we don't celebrate what the teachers are doing, we don't motivate them. And by the way, most teachers want to do good. We don't support them. They aren't aligned with what the broad goals are and understand them. We're not going to succeed. I always say, when I went to visit Peru to see what's going on, because most improved country on PISA, it's interesting that every teacher understood what the goals were in class 2 and 3. And it'd been announced by the president of the country, in this case, say a chief minister of a state. And so fantastic alignment and motivation was there. A third set of key stakeholders are obviously the CSOs, the nonprofits. I think they thus far have done great work in demonstrating, that you can achieve this. I mean, take Pratham's work, or Room to Read, or Dheer Jingran at LLF, or so many other organizations who have shown that you can actually turn the needle. And I think getting them to be critical players in this mission, to say, instead of just running my own program, I'm going to support state governments as technical partners in terms of helping do the capacity building, also quality assuring it, to ensure that this is reaching out to the last mile and actual change is taking place in the classroom, I think we need all the civil society actors to get aligned, and particularly some of the key ones who have years of experience, in delivering high quality programs, but playing a somewhat different role, less programmatic, but more supporting the system. And a fourth, the most critical stakeholders are the children and the parents themselves. I think for too long, we've ignored the community. And I think we can embrace the community, get parents to understand what their children need to achieve, what their role is, that learning can also happen in the home, outside of school. So I think these are the four key stakeholders. And I think if we can motivate these four stakeholders and find the appropriate roles for them, we have a shot at really seeing some change in the next 5 years.
Thanks, Ashish. Madhav, I think, you spoke about barrier-free education, as you spoke initially. And I wanted to ask you about that. And we also have a question from Shraddha. And she's asking, how do we make education barrier-free when there are thousands and lakhs vying for a few seats, right? There's that aspect of it, but also the aspect of there are economic, social, gender barriers in India, right? That kind of prohibit a lot of things, right? That allow for differential access in a sense to many things, right? And education is one of them. So how do we think about making this barrier free? I think when you spoke about it, it was from how can technology enable it, but there might be other things, at play as well, right? So if you could speak to, what some of those things.
I don't think I have a formula for how to make it barrier free. I think everybody knows, everybody feels that there are too many barriers. If I want to do something, I can't do it. And somehow these institutional barriers are boxing me in. But let's take an example. If you're looking at the information technology industry or even the communication industry, I don't think where you got your degree from or whether you got a degree from at all makes a difference. Because the employers or whoever is actually looking at the work you do and how it is done. So there is an example there that the universities and the institutions don't actually make a difference. If you are able to do certain things, the things that you want to learn are available online. You can learn from peers, you can learn from other people. That's possible. Now, let's suppose if I say you're talking about commerce education, whatever, 15-17% of Indian students go for commerce education. And actually you come out not knowing much because people are just giving you textbooks. But suppose if different CAs and accountants were allowed to help students learn simple accounting. And if you had a course like now the new education policy allows you to go for a 1-year course or say that I want, why would that not be possible? Why do I have to go to a college or a university to learn accounting? I can learn it here. Why should that not be possible? There are some fields where this barrier will exist for some time to come. In the olden days, when there were no universities and colleges, there were people, practitioners who were training others. I'm not saying it's entirely possible to do exactly like that, but now look, what has changed is once upon a time, which is like 50, 70 years ago, India's literacy rate was very low. Today, we are approaching 80% literacy. By the way, that is what China was in 1992. Now, so there are more educated people in the country, and these educated people actually can transfer what they know to other people. This is possible. They're doing it as tutors and so on and so forth. So now the only thing that remains is examination and certification. Now, even there, the reality is changing dramatically. If we train people in vocational skills, and what we find is that employers start looking for people who say, okay, I'm ready to learn, because most of the country actually learns on the job. Vocational skills are not learned not learned formally in institutional processes. So when you want a good plumber, what do you want? What do you do? Are you looking for, maybe you look for an app now, but actually the way you go is you ask people, do you know a good plumber? Can you recommend somebody? All this recommendation business is also happening. So the way we certify, the way we assess is outdated today. If you change that, the barriers will come down. So if I know accounting, I should have like you take a GMAT, like you take a GRE. It's there. There's a standardized examination. If I take that examination, it means something, and that allows me to get admission in the universities overseas. Why can't there be a simple accounting? I'm not stuck on accounting, looks like, but on any other skills, there could be simple examinations that I should be able to take any time. Now, that technology for that is available. I think we need to start doing that. That's already happening. People are hiring. Nobody, I don't think anybody is really looking at your certificates and what good your degree is and so on. They are looking at what you know. And in a small, as I said, this is the employment market, the salaried job, formal market is really small. And in the larger economy, people are finding their livelihoods not based on the degree that they earn, but what they know and how they come about, how they organize, how they think. So this is already happening. It's a question of saying, recognizing it, and say, okay, there are no barriers, and you are allowed to learn, allowed to earn a certificate, and move forward. It's possible to do. It's a matter of employers will have to first of all decide that I'm not necessarily going to ask for a degree certificate. Once you're over that, you're fine.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you're saying that, right? Like the frame of reference when people talk is always about jobs, whereas it's like more than 95%, of like work is beyond formal jobs. And I think applying that mindset is an important way when we think about, whether it's like the knowledge we acquire or the certificates we need. But the other important point you also made is about employers having to change their mindsets about what is important, right? Graduates from a particular kind of school or university, or like the skills they have, and maybe there's some work to be done on that. There was another question. I'm just going to jump into questions from the audience just because there seem to be quite a few. One of them is how do we how do we make funding models available so that higher education is more accessible? Maybe Ashish, you could speak to that.
So I think higher education, by and large, is accessible if we're looking at it from a money standpoint. The government institutions where about a third of the students go are heavily subsidized. Frankly, they should be charging more than what they do because they're very heavily subsidized. And with private institutions, I think the vast majority are not research universities. And so they're priced, there's a market out there. And so they price so that supply matches demand. It's only a few, even though Ashoka is a non-profit university, we still have to price high and we still lose money because we're a research university. I think it's important to realize that firstly, we're at 26% GER. I know the document talks about getting up to 50% eventually. To me, the more important goal as opposed to massification of higher ed, because I think as Madhav said, is it really critical that 50% of students, go to college? Or is it more important that they come out with certain skills, competencies, certification that can, get them a job? I do think the policy at least addresses part of this with these pathways, 1 year, 2 year particularly. But I think we have to look at our higher ed system really the way, this Carnegie classification that came up 50 years ago. I think all higher ed institutions are not the same. There are research universities at the top of the pyramid that produce knowledge, have PhD programs, the top students, IITs and other places like that go there. They'll be future leaders for the country. And out of the 40 million students in higher ed, maybe at max 500,000 or 1 million will be there. Then you have the next 5-10 million, which is really the technical institutions. And then everything else is pretty much vocational. And we have to just formalize vocational, get this 1-2 year track, or just do it purely online. I think some model, by the way, of assisted online will work at scale. I think synchronous is non-scalable, right? And that's the mode in which we do physical is synchronous. And doing synchronous online, people are doing it right now because they're forced to do it because of COVID. But it's non-scalable. It's obviously engaging if you do it well, and up to a certain cohort size. Asynchronous, the problem we've seen with MOOCs is that dropout rates are very high. Now, when you get into the 4 credit market, obviously it'll be better, the continuing rates. But people do need support. And so I think some halfway house of figuring out a course facilitator, which doesn't have to be a professor, on top of a asynchronous course, right? And some higher fidelity around the assignments and assessments. I don't think we're fully there. But I think the raw ingredients are in place. And some of what we've done early on with NPTEL and SWAYAM, we made some progress, but I think there's a long ways to go if we have to get it right. But there is an architecture we can get right, in the near future. And by the way, for-profit companies are doing it ahead of some of the not-for-profit or government actors.
Yeah, and I think one of the attendees, SK Sharma, actually had this question saying, how do you make education inclusive for poor students? And I think you've addressed some of that. If there is assisted, technology, because I think the big fear is, and we're seeing it now play out during the pandemic, is as you use more and more technology in the current situation, can it, broaden the digital divide? Right now, you clearly have the digital haves and the digital have-nots. So how do you so some of the things you said is, it'll take some time to get there, but like, what are some of the things that we have to kind of think about in the next 3-6 months? Because children who don't have access to technology, or their families don't, are going to lose out, right? And then you're going to put them at a significant disadvantage again. Yeah. So again, yeah.
Yeah. So first, look, I think it's Madhav said it in the beginning. It's a very, very tough year. I don't think whatever we can try pushing links to people's text messages and giving them YouTube links or whatever else. I mean, TV, interactive radio, I think systems should try everything, but it's no substitute for children being back in school. I mean, there is no new normal here. I mean, we need to go back to the old normal. And so I think the single biggest thing on the school side we can do is think intelligently about how you reopen schools. What data should system be using at the district level to reopen schools? Doing it too early is bad. Doing it too late, there's a huge cost attached to it. I think people often forget the cost in terms of children falling behind and that inequity increasing. So I think thinking hard about that school reopening, how does it happen? Not just the protocols, but when do you do it? I think the protocols are simpler to figure out, right? I think is going to be critical. On this issue of access in higher ed, I mean, my own belief is the system should just move to one where there's greater financial aid for those who need it. I mean, at the IITs, for instance, I would personally, I know there's huge resistance, raise the fees further, but ensure that people from disadvantaged backgrounds still pay next to nothing to go there. I mean, why should we be subsidizing the IITian who then goes to work in banking or goes to the US and goes on to get a master's in computer science, then goes and works for a tech company? Why should we be subsidizing? In fact, those people should be paying these institutions. These institutions can be built up. And we should have some financial aid kind of package. So I think that model of differential pricing, we haven't really had in our public system, and it needs to be introduced into the public system as well.
Madhav, do you have anything to add?
I mean, there's always something to add, but do you have time? It's 9:25. Yeah. No, I think I'll just add another point, which is not something that comes from what you just said, but we are talking about technology as though it is going to be the end, really the silver bullet. I don't think that is true. We have to make the child, keep the focus on the child and make it child-centric rather than technology-centric. Earlier, it was teacher-centric. Now we are making it technology-centric and saying that the technology will take the place of the teacher. And underlying in all this, a lot of people are talking about how technology is going to be fantastic and all that. And they forget that the schools have to reopen and there are going to be 3 million teachers who will need their jobs. Are we saying this school is not going to work? If nothing else, there are 3 million people who will need the jobs. And what are you proposing to do? So how is their role going to change? How is the schooling going to change? So I think the whole idea is to create access. Now we could play with new models with the technology to create access. For example, if you think about simple things like digital library, and I'm not talking about creating, putting monitors in a classroom, but a digital library where people can borrow devices and have access to internet is possible. And economically also it is possible if you really think about it. So as Ashish said in one of the things we pointed out earlier, is a lot of experimentation that is required, and we must create space for that experimentation. Right now that is not there, and whatever experimentation is there is people are doing free for all. But scientific experimentation which says that this is the way to do it, this is what needs to be done and achieved, and measurement around those experiments is something that's important. So there's always a lot to talk about.
Yeah, and I think we just have 3 minutes, but I want to end with asking you the one question, right? So in the next 10 years, what is the one thing that gives you hope and the one thing that makes you despair? Both of you, right? Just one thing each.
I think for me, the one thing that gives me hope is that if we were to take this 55% learning poverty, children at age 10 who can't read, that I think we'll get it down to 15% in the next 10 years. So that's what gives me hope. And that'll be the single biggest accomplishment of this nation, because it'll create the foundation. If we want eventually a $20 trillion economy, we better get this right. So to me, that's the single biggest one. I think the despair comes from the fact that sometimes we try to do too many things. It's just that, and sometimes there isn't good data. And so if we are really committed to honestly making this happen, we need prioritization, and we need to measure well and be dogged about it. It requires militant execution. We can't be boiling the ocean if we want to make this happen. And it needs a sort of a big tent approach where many people are coming together. The system, the parents, the children, the teachers, civil society. And that coordination obviously is very, very difficult. So those are the challenges.
Madhav?
You ask me, the hope and the optimism stems from the fact that we have actually again started focusing on foundational skills. Let me not expand on that. Ashish has already said that. The despair comes from our obsession with the upper levels and not looking at the foundations. Although it has been talked about, the danger is that we will actually not pay so much attention to it, because it's the whole attitude. It's about 10 standard results. It's about 12 standard results. It's about the toppers. It's about the cream of the society. And if we lose focus on that, this will be a huge opportunity lost forever. We already lost a lot of years of the so-called demographic dividend, and it's turning out to be a demographic disaster. It's moving there, and this is the last call. If we don't do that, and the danger is that we may not actually get there, then we are done in forever.
Great. We've just made it in time. So thank you so much, Madhav. Thank you, Ashish. There were a bunch of other questions, but obviously we didn't have enough time for this. Yeah, thank you for this great conversation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Naj.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Hi, Santosh.
Yeah, thank you, Madhav, Ashish, and Smaranita.
I read your messages. It'll be a good idea to, if you can give us a copy of this, that'll be nice.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And maybe pass on some of the things on the email. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If you're an educator listening in, or if the conversation has made you curious about the thought that went into the definition of the new education policy, then stay on. We have Dr. Kasturi Rangan, chairperson of the NEP, in conversation with Mr. Mohandas Pai to give you the behind the scenes insights that will come up at 11:45 a.m. IST. Next up, we have a stellar panel on the economic development of India through equitable access to energy. The panel will attempt to push the energy access discourse beyond mere lighting to the role it can play in stimulating economic development, and also analyze the impact of the pandemic on energy access and its future direction. For this, I'd like to invite Anjali Garg, who will be moderating this panel. Anjali is an energy specialist with the International Finance Corporation, a member of the World Bank Group. She has 18 years of experience in the energy sector, including stints at World Bank and TERI. Anjali was recognized as one of the women leaders in the Indian solar sector in 2019. Anjali, pleasure to have you here, and over to you to steer the next 60 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Santosh. I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. And good morning, everyone. And first of all, a very happy Independence Day to all fellow Indians. Thank you so much for joining us, this morning on this very, very special day as we talk about a topic which is very close to my heart, which is economic development through equitable access to energy. And Santosh just gave us an outline of what we are trying to focus on in the next 60 minutes. Before we begin, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this wonderful forum, the Nudge Foundation in partnership with the Rockefeller Foundation and the Skoll Foundation. Honestly, a 24-hour non-stop event is no mean feat. I've been doing a number of webinars during COVID times, and each webinar takes so much of effort and so much of time. So hats off to you guys. Congratulations. In this panel, I am joined by three very, very eminent personalities. We have Reema Nanavati ji. She is the Director for Rural Organizing and Economic Development at SEWA, the Self-Employed Women's Association of India. We have Dr. Ajay Mathur, currently the Director General for TERI, the Energy and Resources Institute. And we have Mr. Ashwin Dayal, who's the Senior Vice President for Power and Climate at the Rockefeller Foundation. None of our panelists actually needs an introduction. All of you know them. Therefore, I'm not going to spend our precious time doing that. I have actually known all three panelists for a very, very long time. But I've never had the opportunity to have a conversation with all of them together. I have had one-on-one conversations. I worked in TERI, but I never got the opportunity to work with Dr. Ajay Mathur there. But I've very closely been working with Reema Ben, and I've been interacting with Ashwin for many, many years now. So it's an honor and a pleasure for me today to be in conversation with three such panelists who I really look up to. And I think the topic today is very, very important. It's SDG 7, which calls for universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy services by 2030. And we'll get into, what it really means, and somehow what people interpret it many times. But before we do that, I just want to mention that on the logistics side, we have about 60 minutes for this session, and we have to end in time because, as we know, it's a 24-hour digital platform. We will try and keep the last 10 minutes for a Q&A. I know that a number of people have joined from different platforms. So please use the chat section and the Q&A sections in the platform that you have joined to post your questions. The attempt would be to take as many questions towards the end as possible. So we'll try and wrap up the main content of the conversation in 45 to 50 minutes and then spend the last 10 minutes on Q&A. Before we get into the discussion, I wanted to share some of my thoughts, and then I will request our panelists to come in. For me, why is it important to continue to talk about SDG 7 and continue to talk about universal access to energy? Is even though a lot of people say that so much progress has happened, we see numbers, and especially in India, where the Saubhagya scheme has been an amazing scheme, an amazing initiative by the government of India, which has connected almost everyone that we have in the country. So why do we still continue to talk about it? Why is it important? Globally, number of people without access to electricity has fallen from 1.2 billion to about 789 million in 2018, 2019. Renewables are doing very well. A number of countries are launching new programs every day. So why is it that, we still continue to talk about it? For me personally, it is very, very important for all of us to keep in mind that SDG 7 is just not about electricity access. It is a lot more than a basic electricity connection. It is about ensuring universal access to electricity, to clean cooking solutions, increasing the share of renewable energy, increasing our progress on energy efficiency, and also increasing international collaboration. So it's not just about providing a connection or providing a clean cooking solution to an household or to an individual. It is a lot more than that, which is why for me, it is very, very critical, that we continue to talk about it, especially during these days. The COVID crisis has, hit everyone very, very hard. And, as a lot of people say that it has been a great leveler, but in my view, that is not the case. It really brought in the disparities. The urban India, which has all the connections and everything at house, we are sitting and doing these digital platforms, whereas people who do not have full energy access, only they know what they are going through right now. Honestly, initially the COVID crisis also gave me sleepless nights, not just, on what's happening in my personal life or professional life, but, what is really going to be the full impact of this crisis on energy and poverty, and it's really not known, which is why it's important to talk about it. But it honestly, it has taken, it's disappointing that it has taken such a pandemic and such a crisis for all of us to realize the importance of energy in the health sector, in the education sector. Parts of the world, stakeholders have always been talking about it, but now almost everyone talks about it. Everyone talks about how will the vaccine reach, if there is one, how will it reach the rural poor, how do we really address health issues right now in areas where we do not have energy access, where ventilators cannot function 24/7. So it has taken such a big crisis for all of us to talk about it. These are now becoming dinner time conversations. But also at the same time, and this is something I've been saying in other webinars that I've participated, is that I'm an optimist. I try and look at the positive things of life. And I do hope that, all of us will come out of this pandemic stronger, and the world will become green, and we'll all become more sensible at the micro as well as macro level and get to the SDG 7 targets. And the efforts of the last decade will not get derailed. And it is in this context that this entire session has been curated. And we have, as I said, 3 panelists who will bring in different views from the areas that they work in. They have wealth of experience with them. And with that, I'm not going to talk a lot more than I've already done. I'm going to bring in Rima Ben into the conversation first. And for those who are listening to us and have not had the opportunity to visit Seva's work on the ground and haven't seen a Seva member in action, you're really missing something. Please try and do that next time you are around. So Rima Ben, you and I have known each other for so long, and I know that you've always looked at energy access beyond lighting. I know Seva started, looking at lights and clean cooking, but you've been looking at solar water pumping, you've been looking at the solar park and the salt pan workers. So, how do you see that to be a key contributor in India's growth story, and how can it really be scaled up? How can this effort that Seva has in one state, how do we take it to the next level, not just within India, but also globally? Because this is such an amazing initiative. It's a great business model. How do we really make it part of our story on energy access and economic development?
Thank you so much. And it's been a real privilege to be on this panel with you, Anjali Ben, with Ashwin Bhai and Dr. Ajay Mathur, especially on this Independence Day. What more could be a greater celebration for me and the 1.9 million sisters that I am talking to on this panel today on their behalf. I think to your question, what we have learned from our members over 4 decades is that poor do not want charity. But I think what they want is partnerships that will equip and enable poor and their own energy enterprises, their own economic organizations in their fight against poverty. And I think this is what we at Seva call it as our second freedom, the freedom from poverty, hunger, and starvation. How do we have that achieved by having access to energy, or you call it energy inclusion? So I think this is what is the key. And I think the second important lesson is that it gives the women, how do we also take a family as a unit of organizing, but under women's leadership? So we all talk about gender inclusion, equity, but I think the basis is that you take a family as a unit of organizing, an initiative, designing an initiative, but under the leadership of women. This gives the women and their work the recognition and the dignity that the household needs to give, the society needs to give, the community needs to give. She's able to then participate in the decision making, again at the family level, at the community level. In order to increase women's participation in energy related decision making, what Seva has embarked upon is household energy planning and budgeting. So how much does a household allocate, for their energy needs, both for domestic needs as well as for livelihood, mechanical or professional needs? which includes transportation and other needs as well. And then how do you see that, the women's needs for energy are also budgeted in the family's entire income? And then women are not only seen as users or consumers of energy, but they are also owners and managers of their own energy enterprises. The next step then comes is that how do you do a community or a village or a slum level energy plans? These are consolidated based on the household level plans. And these village energy plans with the participation of women, you see some extraordinary innovations coming out from this whole process. For example, solar powered flour mills are needed, or small solar powered milling units are needed, or small scale chilling units, or solar powered sewing machines are needed, or somebody needs a solar roof so that they are able to minimize the need of lighting in the house and its natural lighting, because for a lot of the informal sector women workers, their home is their workplace as well. One new concept that has emerged in this whole process is the backyard energy farming in the villages. And I think this is, and then this is all integrated with plantations, vermicompost, roof rainwater harvesting. So the village in totality becomes a green village. And I think this is how you scale up, because it throws out ample opportunities for livelihoods. There are local opportunities for employment, both for men and women, for the young as well as the older, and nobody then wants to migrate. And that is how, what your question was, that how do you scale up, and then the movement takes place. So thus every household produces its own energy need for consumption. The surplus energy is fed into the village microgrid, and when the village has surplus energy, it can sell to the grid or to the neighboring village. So the village becomes green and also energy self-sufficient. The next then comes is that how do you skill the local youth, young boys and girls, to become energy technicians? So clean energy technicians, be it for repairs and maintenance of cleaning devices, or lighting devices, or agriculture devices. And I think we started by only a small pilot of 2 villages, and on its own it's now gone to 50 villages, and the demand is increasing. So for me, this is the future of work for the informal sector workers in India. This is what is the future of work, which will throw a lot of employment opportunities. And I think we have to see that how the policies are made to incentivize the villages, to incentivize the households that embark upon such clean energy initiatives. Thank you.
No, thank you, Reema Ben. I think that's a very, very important point, especially, when we have seen this large scale reverse migration, which has happened. Actually, not reverse migration, the right migration, which has happened back to rural areas. And, this is really the need of the hour. So thank you. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us. I would now want to bring Dr. Ajay Mathur, because, Dr. Mathur has worked with a number of organizations. He's also seen a number of organizations in action. So Dr. Mathur, while we have, organizations that work on the ground, there is Seva and many others who are really trying to bring a change and using a bottoms-up approach. But you personally have looked at those organizations, but you've also been involved in policy making. You have worked with multilateral, bilateral organizations, and now at TERI, where you work on both the sides. So you really have, an understanding and awareness of the entire spectrum that we deal with, all the stakeholders. So what do you think is a good approach to bring all of these together? How do we really break the silos, and get the stakeholders to operate and cooperate with each other, so that, the model that Reema Ben just spoke about, and, Ashwin will talk about on what Smart Power and Rockefeller are doing. How do we really take them to the next level, and how do we respond? And I'll also want you to bring in COVID here, and, how do you how do you get organizations and individuals to stop looking inward and actually look at, the impact of their actions on the world? So, Dr. Mathur, over to you.
Thanks, Anjali. I want, first of all, like you and Rimaji, congratulate everybody on this Independence Day. And I hope that by the time we observe the 75th Independence Day next year, we would be out of this hole that we are in, where we are economically challenged, we are socially challenged, we are environmentally challenged. The answer, however, lies in the kinds of things that Rima Ben just spoke about. In my view, there are three parts to this answer, two of which have been addressed by Rima Ben. The first is you must have a technology that works in all situations, at least the situations in which you are working. So for example, if we are talking of rural applications of energy for various kinds of livelihoods, well, it must work. It must provide the energy services at the time when it is needed. The kinds of raw material you need must be available. The kind of maintenance you need must be available. The second is a business model. It's very good to say that this technology works, but people should be able to provide it and make money from it. That's their livelihoods. We are not talking about huge incomes, but we are talking about incomes that enable decent livelihoods. So having business models so that there's a supply chain the person can buy from, there are buyers to whom she can sell, there is a infrastructure based on which there is either some kind of quality control or reliability, whether it is branding or whether it is the name of the person, but a approach through which quality control is done. These are the first two. The third is the question that Rima Ben asked: how do you enable this at scale? And today, the COVID question actually makes this even more important. How do you accelerate this? So acceleration and scale are the third part. So the first is the technology should work. The second is that the business should work. And the third is that the policy instruments should enable acceleration and scale. I want to spend 2 minutes on this. You also asked about COVID. In fact, what COVID has done is brought back attention from pure economic growth to economic growth, which creates jobs, and jobs which are sustainable. They are not flashes in the pan. They are here tomorrow, they are here day after tomorrow, and so on. So economic growth, job creation, and sustainable livelihoods are the three goals that COVID has brought in. So whether you look at what we do about mass migration, whether it is what we look at declining sales, all of this, at the heart of it are these three goals. Let me use an example. Rima Ben talked about water pumping and the kind of leadership that they've taken in solar pumping. How do we enable this to occur across the country? So in my view, one of the good things that the government has come out with is the Kusum scheme, where the key is that the electricity that the solar panel produces in excess of what is needed by the pump can be bought back by the grid. It is much cheaper than carrying electricity over long distances from the power station. But the question that I ask you is, what is the policy infrastructure to make this happen? To me, that is the key. So yes, the policy that we will buy it is important. The next is the rate at which we will buy it, and the policy says that the state electricity regulatory commissions will establish this, which is good. It's not a top-down approach. But the third part of it is there must be a requirement, because if you're doing a new business, the vested interests will always prefer that we continue with business as normal. If you want to do this, then there must be a requirement that the electricity companies must buy this electricity before they buy any other. I will also suggest that there is one more part which can help make this happen. And that is creating local water markets. So I do a solar pump, and I actually on my farm in rural Barabanki district in UP do have a solar pump. Can I sell the water to my neighbor? So my neighbor does not have to drill a pipe and put a pump there, either solar or any other. So I tried to do this. Was it possible? Yes, it was. It was very difficult to find a price at which he and I will agree, but we finally found one. And then we started off a whole discussion on, the water that will come will evaporate. By the time I get it, I will get less. There'll be water which will be absorbed by this soil and so on, which then brought us to the issue of we need to have underground pipes. Aha, that's micro irrigation now. You've got the infrastructure. Consequently, policies which provide for loans for underground piping, for meters that can be put with this, would be other kinds of things that can help create this market. In other words, helping create the policy that helps people to establish these kinds of businesses, to get into partnership with each other. And I greatly admire Seva and Rima Ben for the way in which they have built up partnerships. That is, I think, at the heart of how we go ahead together. And this is also true if we want to make, for example, the rural LPG cooking a success. I believe the reason it hasn't been a success is because it's been a supply-driven approach. It has not been something in which consumers have figured out what is the best way of getting it, and therefore policy supports the ways in which you can create partnership for that to make happen.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Mathur. Again, very, very important insights. And, I mean, honestly, ever since I've been working in the energy access space, the number of reports and conferences that I have personally seen or read on the grid integration, the microgrid, mini grid, and main grid integration, I think they're just, I don't know how many hundreds and thousands of these reports. And, I think a lot of people approach it from a technical perspective. They see whether it is technically feasible, it is technically possible. Whereas, again, in my view, it is way beyond that. As you rightly said, it is the need. It is something which is really, really needed. And I think at this point, it would be very, very interesting to hear from Ashwin on, what their experience has been from the Rockefeller Smart Power India initiative, because, they've been dealing with policymakers and stakeholders and all these issues of integration and technology. So Ashwin, what have been your learnings so far from this initiative about how do you really scale up these off-grid solutions which actually get reliable, affordable power to the last mile customer and the communities, and especially given the recent initiative that you have with Tata Power on the Tata Power Renewable Mini Grid. If you could just tell us a little bit about that, and also maybe bring in some of the pain points that you have had, because I know it has not been an easy journey. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Anjali. Thank you, Rima Ben. Thank you, Ajay. And thanks to everyone. And happy Independence Day to everyone. It's great to join you all. I'm actually in New York, so it's past midnight here. So it's Independence Day here too. So, this is such a timely conversation, because when we think about independence, we think about economic independence, and we think about inclusive economic independence and what it means at the family level. The question of energy is such a central one, and it's this sort of invisible hand that drives and empowers people and economies and lives and livelihoods, and yet we don't often talk enough about it, and we don't often situate it at the heart of sort of conversations about economic development and empowerment. And I think in India, we've made enormous progress with grid extension, as you yourselves pointed out at the start. But what we've learned also over the last 10, 15, 20 years is that even as the grid is extended, even as hundreds of millions of people have been connected with basic access, that if you really want to lift people's economic opportunities to the next level, it's not enough just to have the connection. You need to have the capability to consume power. You need to have an entire ecosystem of other investments that are coming in alongside that. And of course, you need the power to be reliable, and you need the power to be affordable. And this is where we still, I think, have an enormous amount of work to do and an enormous opportunity for innovation and integration, right? I think the biggest problem we've faced is this sort of teeing up these kind of false choices, grid versus off grid, small scale versus large scale. This is, I just think it's actually a counterproductive kind of conversation to have. It's not an either or. It's not about one system being better than the other. The reality is that actually we have an unprecedented opportunity to blend different scales of technologies and actually create the smart grid of the future that delivers power to people when they need it for the purpose they need it. So I think that's really been the ethos behind our work on trying to support the off-grid and mini-grid sector. Not to say the grid has failed, so let's do something else. Most of the mini-grids that we are supporting, and there are about 350 of them in India now, serving, benefiting about 350,000 people, which is still at the end of the day a very small number in the Indian context. Most of them are operating alongside the grid. And at one level, you're looking at that and going, this is kind of, this seems like an inefficient way of running the system. But you can also see the reasons why. When you look at a small and mid-sized entrepreneur, if you're looking at within the agricultural sector and trying to, grow your productivity, improve the storage, do processing, irrigation, all of those things, you need the power to be available when you need it, and at a quality that's going to make sure that you can actually achieve your economic goals. So you mentioned the Tata Power project. I mean, the Tata company, Tata Power themselves recognize this as a large-scale utility, that provides connections to millions of people in Delhi and in Mumbai and now in Odisha. They also see that the rural last mile customer needs a adapted and different model. So many distribution companies in rural India are struggling still to provide that reliable, affordable, continuous service because the grid-based technology in isolation from others is probably not always the best way to serve consumers. And we need to think about how do we integrate distributed renewable energy technologies into these systems, and how do we integrate ultimately grid and off-grid and these technologies at different scales. We look at the gains that we've seen with the costs of technology, lithium ion batteries, photovoltaics, smart meters, micro inverters, etc. We have just begun to scratch the surface of what can be possible in bringing together a new kind of grid vision for the grid in India and elsewhere in the world. And that's really what our work is trying to drive towards. I guess the last point I just make, and I can talk about the challenges, but I don't want to take too much of your time, is, both my previous speakers on have talked about agriculture and economic development. I think more than just the new mindset around an integrated grid is we need to come back to this idea of integrated development. And we used to talk about integrated rural development back in the 1970s in India, and then we fell into our silos. And we have enormous technological data and other capabilities today to actually go to what I would call integrated rural development 2.0. And I think energy, health, agriculture, and other economic activities thought of as a sort of an integrated approach is something that we really need to try and encourage a lot more of if we want to see the full potential of these new technologies realized on the ground for rural Indians, men, women, and all over the country. And in the context of COVID, when we've seen frankly some setbacks in terms of economic activity, energy consumption, this is a perfect time to be thinking about it. The government has recently announced the Ag Infrastructure Fund, I think 1 lakh crore investments planned, but this is going to be entirely dependent on there being reliable energy available for these investments to flow. So let's start planning those things together.
Right. No, I mean, very, very important, because the number of reforms that the government has announced, especially in the agri sector in the last 3 months, if looked at in isolation, I really don't know where they will go. But if we actually look at it holistically, as you said, I think there is this potential for us to really change the way rural India operates and works. So thank you so much. I want to continue talking to you, Ashwin, because you spoke about technology. So, I mean, because I also look at Africa, I look at East Asia, and I'm seeing, in the energy access space, or, as we say, off-grid energy access space, there is so much on technology, especially on financing and payments, which has happened in Africa. And sometimes I wonder India is a little behind, or South Asia is a little behind. So, you know, digital payments, battery technology, storage, you mentioned some of them. Where do you see all of these, you know, headed? Where do you, or which one do you think is going to be the one which will probably win the race, or India will be at the forefront of any of these, or will we, you know, will it be status quo? I mean, what are your views? Because you're so closely connected to what's happening on the ground, especially on technology.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the billion-dollar question. I don't know that there's a winner or there's one thing that's going to be the silver bullet. You know, I'll say a couple of things. One is, even in Africa, yes. So I think mobile money is something that we've seen far more progress in parts of Africa and East Africa, in particular, the M-Pesa experience and everything that came with that. That I think we just need a, you know, and I think we will get there in India with a sort of revolution on that front. And there's quite a lot of work happening around that in India at the government level and elsewhere. But you know, even in Africa, I was having a conversation with some technologists the other day. You know, we've seen lithium-ion batteries, for example, come down 90% over the last decade. Yet, the landed cost per unit of lithium ion in Africa is still 3 to 4x what you get in what you would realize in an OECD economy. So there are so many other constraints to technology actually being translated on the ground. So you know, I'm not coming at this from a pure, you know, upstream technology innovation point of view alone, but it's the application piece, it's the regulatory frameworks, it's bulk simple. I mean, not simple, but you know, frankly, aggregate procurement, volume guarantees. You know, we need to have bold, ambitious joint ventures that can really translate these technologies. And this is where I think India can play a huge role. We have, you know, we house the International Solar Alliance, which is a global partnership that's thinking about these kinds of, you know, how do we get advanced market commitments. And I think if we really get behind the distributed renewables sector in India, not just declare victory on rural electrification and say, you know, we've electrified everyone, so there's no role for distributed, but actually that is the next generation of a functioning smart grid. India can then be the driver of volume procurements that can then benefit the rest of the world. And you know, when you have companies like Tata Power coming in and saying we want to build 10,000 mini grids in India, that's a solution not just for India but for the world, because that will open up the market in ways that we haven't seen as yet. So I have a lot of optimism about the role that India can play, even though the energy access conversation tends to be focused more on Africa for other good and obvious reasons. So I think we need a global approach to this, and I think India will very much be at the heart of that.
Right. And also, I think the microfinance institutions in India play a very, very important role when it comes to kind of replicating the digital payments. That's very, very insightful. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to quickly move back to you, Dr. Mathur, is because, you know, we've spoken a lot about connections, energy access, technology, but another key component of the whole SDG 7 topic is energy efficiency. And I know you worked so much in this space. I've been looking at this space for some years now. And I mean, I really don't see the progress that should have happened really happening on the ground, be it at a household level, be it at an enterprise level. And for me, this has become even more critical with the Saubhagya scheme coming in and giving electricity connections. And if we, as a country, what we really want to happen is that all these 26 million households move up the energy ladder. It means that over the next 3 to 5 years, we want them to buy products. We want them to buy household appliances. We want them to buy productive appliances. But, you know, then the need of the hour is also to really build the market for energy efficient appliances to get to the rural market. So what is your view on this whole space of energy efficiency when it comes to energy access and, you know, equitable access to energy? Because I don't think it can be equitable if they don't have access to the right appliances. And I'm talking about both, you know, at a household level as well as an income generating asset level.
Anjali, let's look at a couple of programs which have been successful. If you look at the availability of LED bulbs in rural Andhra Pradesh or rural Puducherry, for example. The way they occurred was when chief ministers were able to converge their political ambitions with the energy efficiency ambition. And the way they did it was that they looked at an almost free, I think it costed 10 rupees is what the user had to pay, an almost free LED bulb, which the regulatory commissions looked at. This has occurred at a time when people were still buying electricity, which costed more, and the savings would be less. So if both these states were buying electricity, they would save more, and consequently, if people used LED bulbs, there was a net savings. In other words, there was a very strong policy guidance through which the large-scale adoption of LED bulbs occurred. I'm now looking at how can we make this happen as we look at energy access. And you will, I don't want to steal EESL's thunder, Energy Efficiency Services Limited thunder, but they're looking at an innovative program in which the first thing that they do is in rural areas, set up small solar generating stations. So we are not talking of multi-megawatts, but sometimes even less than a megawatt. So it is feeding 1 or 2 or 3 villages. But then the second thing they're saying is, we will also bundle in the kinds of devices that people use. Because again, one of the things that the LED example and EESL showed was that bulk procurement brings down prices. So whether it is fans, whether it is televisions, the bulk procurement of very efficient devices can make this available to these consumers if they want it at prices that are more competitive than you buy the less efficient things in the market. The short point I want to leave you with is that we need these market makers. EESL is one. Now in Andhra Pradesh, the government has created its own EESL. So the government of Andhra Pradesh has put in money, EESL has put in money and created this joint venture. We would like to see many more of these, and not necessarily in the state sector. Though being in the state sector, one of the things that they do is they have the clout to get the electricity distribution companies to pay them. Having said that, and understanding the kinds of risks that these people take, my own belief is that energy efficiency is really a question of aggregation. Because, if you want to set up a megawatt or 100 megawatts of generating power, one large capitalist can make that decision. But if you want to save that much, there will be millions of people who will have to make a decision. So you need coordinating agencies. This is where I think we need to focus.
Yeah. And which is where, also again, I go back to Seva, where, we have millions of members, and these are the organizations that could also help, in this whole initiative of taking it to that next level. And with that, Rima Ben, again, I want to come back to you because, we've spoken about Seva's experience with, I know it started with lighting and then clean cooking. We spoke about solar, the Green Haryali initiative, the village level. But what have been the major issues that Seva has faced in getting energy access to its members? What have been those issues really on the ground? Because it's one to talk about policy and an integrated approach and technology at a macro level, but what really happens on the ground, and how can some of those barriers be addressed? And how can we really communicate to those sitting at the policy making tables to help organizations like Seva continue to do the great work that you are doing? Rima Ben, you're muted.
Sure. I think what I want to put on record here is to your question about the challenges. Is that first and the foremost that in India we don't see that how the small tiny nano entrepreneurs, we don't consider them as a human capital, but they are always seen as a liability. actually they are the ones who willing to take on new challenges, and they are always eager without even expecting anything from the businesses or the government or the society. So when Dr. Mathur was talking about aggregation, I think we need to recognize these tiny entrepreneurs and how can they have access to, good but affordable technology which they can serve to the local communities. And second is access to finance. If a tiny entrepreneur needs a loan, or forget talking about equity investment, but even if they want a loan, where is the capital available? So I think access to real good affordable technology and affordable finance, I think those are the two major challenges that one sees. And then comes at institutions that recognize them to give them the needed skills and capabilities and competencies. So look at Seva's example of clean cooking. We were able to scale it up because we started supporting those women entrepreneurs who started with 5 connections or selling clean cook stoves or getting LPG connections. Today each one of them is handling anywhere between 5,000 to 9,000 connections in the household, servicing them, after sales maintenance, collection of loan repayments. Likewise, look at the salt pan workers. We started with just 5 salt pan workers. It was actually IFC which provided us with what kind of financial architecture is needed so that the public sector banks have the comfort or the private sector banks have the comfort. And today we have close to 3,000 salt pan workers now using solar pumps. And I'm very grateful for the partnership with the Smart Power India, that our first micro solar park is up and running now from the 15th of August today. So it's a real big day for us as well. We are generating with the solar park, hopefully will generate 2.7 megawatt of energy. As Dr. Mathur was saying, that we need to generate, small microgrids. And when this becomes a model, a demonstrative model, there would be several such tiny solar parks which will have to become forward. But unless and until there's an organization like SEVA, which does the backward and the forward linkages, it is beyond the reach of, the local communities. We had to struggle for 2 years to just get one tiny solar park commission. I mean, which entrepreneur or which enterprise will have that kind of, bandwidth to struggle and work, back and forth? So I think the kind of supply chain that is needed, which is localized, which is decentralized, I think those are the kinds of policies which are needed, which will then help us scale up. And I think the COVID, as Dr. Mathur was saying, has really shown us that we need to invest more in decentralized green and clean energy infrastructures. We have vegetable growers and vegetable vendors, and organically it has turned into an enterprise because those vendors started using electric rickshaws, and the vegetable growers saw that the markets were all closed and they needed to store their vegetables. So they demanded for setting up a solar powered cold storage, which is very tiny and they can afford. So I think the agriculture infrastructure fund, which Ashwinji was referring to, needs to be put into these kind of initiatives.
Yes. Thank you, Rimaji, and congratulations. I look forward to visiting the solar park as soon as the situation settles.
Please, I would invite all of you, Dr. Ashwinji, first and the foremost, as soon as the travel ban is.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm also looking at some of the Q&A and chat boxes, and there's so many congratulatory messages for you. So congratulations from all of us on this. And I think I'm going to move to my last question. I'm also conscious of time. One last question to Ashwin before I go back to all of you with one same question to all of you. But before that, to Ashwin, again, Ashwin, you through the Rockefeller Foundation Smart Power Initiative are again very, very closely connected to communities, and you've really seen the impact of COVID. So can you tell us a little bit more about it, especially with relation to energy, the demand for energy or the lack of demand for energy? You know, what is really happening on the ground?
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, it's obviously a really, really critical issue, and we are still learning, we're still observing, and I think this is an area that needs to be closely watched. So obviously, once COVID hit and we started to see the economic impact with the lockdowns, not just in India but in other markets as well in other countries, we were very concerned about what this will do to the disruption to economic activity, and for us, we were in a position to be able to assess that through understanding what people are doing with energy consumption, right? The India has actually seen a fairly significant drop, saw a fairly significant drop in consumption outside the home, and we were tracking this through the mini grids that we work with and the data from that. So we actually partnered with a group to do remote surveys and phone-based surveys covering about 1,500 or 2,000 households. And so in the very near term, there was about a 70% drop in energy consumption within the first few weeks but what that reflected really was that the bulk of the consumption was happening outside the household. It was happening in small and mid-sized enterprises. And this is the whole point about, energy and the economic linkages. That has over the last few months, on average, it's been at around 40 to 50% reduction. That's obviously gone up again. I mean, the gap has started to narrow where economic activity has picked up and where once closures and lockdowns came to an end. Of course, we've gone back into lockdown in Bihar. So we're waiting for the data on that to come through. But it's what lies below that that's been quite worrying. When we were surveying households, we were also trying to understand, well, what is that actually doing to your sense of well-being and security, right? Financial security. So 50% of households reporting that they, in general, define their financial situation as being much worse. 67% saying that they're using savings in order to meet basic expenses that they had not been expecting to. So one of the things that Smart Power India and Jaideep and his team and us decided was, let's implement an e-voucher scheme immediately to actually provide billing relief and in this case, it was about 8,000 or 9,000 customers, or maybe about 7,000 customers, where there was a 75% relief on billing in month 1, 50% in month 2, 25% in month 3. And it's administered through an SMS system. To provide relief because people need cash in hands for other things and they don't need to be worrying about paying the electricity bill, but also really importantly to give us a signal of what kind of consumption levels are rebounding, particularly in the enterprise and SME side. And so we're using that data right now to really try and understand how demand is changing and how we can support households and communities who are looking to recover economically. There's some optimism that with the return of with so many migrants returning, perhaps there'll be this a kind of an SME rush, if you like, with new skills, new capital coming into rural India. We don't know yet. I mean, we have to really support that. We have to watch that. Yes, it's a good opportunity, but I expect some percentage of those people will return to cities once things stabilize. So it's it's a moment of change and disruption, and we're doing our best with that data to really understand what's happening and respond appropriately. So yeah, that's sort of been our experience so far. The last thing I'd say is, in the midst of all of this, we have a fairly nascent off-grid and mini-grid sector still. We've been working at this sector for almost a decade now, but it's still a young sector. And for it to see its customer base struggling means the businesses themselves also are going to struggle. And so we're also putting quite a lot of effort into helping those businesses stabilize and providing them with some level of cushion so that they can weather the storm.
Great. No, thank you so much. I'll now very quickly move to one question that I have for all of you, and then we'll take up a few questions that we are seeing from the audience come in. And maybe we start with Dr. Mathur this time, then go to Reema Ben, and come back to Ashwin. And the question from my end is that what is that one thing that you would really like to happen? That is sort of a dream that you have, or sort of a wish list that could really accelerate, SDG 7 target achievement, and not just in India, maybe globally. But what is that one thing that you really feel very strongly for? So, Dr. Mathur, then Reema Ben, and Ashwin. Dr. Mathur, you're muted.
Reducing my wish list to one is always difficult. But if it had to be one, then I will look for things which can accelerate and enhance the use of green technologies, whether it be renewables or energy efficiency. And the one thing which is very important is market creation. And consequently, as far as I'm concerned, this means that we need supply chains which are either substitutes or parallel to the distribution companies. What this needs is guarantees, and these will have to be sovereign guarantees on repayments by other suppliers, by non-distribution company suppliers, to a range of services that will bring in the kind of demand that we need for renewables and energy efficiency to be met. One of the things that I noticed recently was that if you go to the market, and this is a market in a small Mufassal town in UP, if you go to the market, it is absolutely impossible to find a 5-star refrigerator. They are completely sold out. And they're sold out because their operating costs are low. And what people are saying is that operating costs matter a lot more. Now, this is something I had not expected to see in my own professional lifetime, but I must say I'm immensely glad. And consequently, if we can enable the supply chain for this, and now that there is a demand, I think we can go ahead and look at SDG 7 being actually met.
Okay, thank you. Reema Ben, what is your wish list?
I think when I talk about million plus informal sector women workers, just one thing is that when we talk about global programs, I think what we as the informal sector women workers want is mainstream energy in livelihoods, so be it in the form of, what are the energy needs of agriculture, or so what do the farmers want, the forest workers want, the plantation workers or the orchard workers want, the artisans need for energy. And a lot of investment will go into large infrastructure for energy. And that is needed. But I think what should happen especially is also basic primary energy infrastructure, investment in that, which is decentralized, local, bottom up. I think that is one major wish. And also that, the programs should be designed differently, that it is for and by the women, the energy experts, the discoms, the energy enterprises, the scientists, but it needs to mainstream energy in all other walks of life as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Reema Ben. Ashwin, over to you.
Yeah, it's always a bit like Ajay. I'm struggling to think of one wish. But at the kind of highest level, I guess it really would be a massive breakthrough in a kind of the shift in our mindset. I talked about false choices earlier, and I really genuinely believe that we are at a moment now where these are not either ors, but these are ands, these are everything and I think if we can really get that integrated thinking around the energy system, and it's as important in an advanced economy of Europe or North America as it is in sub-Saharan Africa and India and Myanmar and elsewhere. If we can get that integrated mindset where we think about unleashing the the full power of distributed renewable technologies across every scale, in urban areas for CNI, in rural areas for last mile access, for supporting, grid balancing, and all of the different ways in which. And then I would link it to Ajay's point about procurement. We've had some enormous visionary breakthroughs in other sectors over the last 20, 30 years through that kind of pool procurement thinking. If you think about Gavi and the vaccine alliance, which is so timely a conversation today as we think at COVID, we need some equivalent of that for distributed renewable technologies globally, and an institution that can lead and drive that. So that's what I would wish for.
Yeah, that's a great wish list that I have from all of you. And the reason I forced you to give me only one is a storytelling workshop that I attended some time back, where you have to really come down to that one thing that you want, which is difficult, but I think it's really, really useful. We have actually addressed a large number of questions that were coming from the audience on multiple chat platforms that we have. There's one that I'm going to take up now because we only have about 3 or 4 minutes left, and I don't want us to be cut down. And Nima Ben, the congratulatory messages keep coming for you. So one question, and maybe Dr. Mathur can take this up, is the whole issue of stability of the grid vis-a-vis intermittent renewable energy power goals of more than 150 gigawatts. So there are a number of people who have asked for your or the panelists' views on how does this work, and because you and Ashwin are more closely associated to this topic of integration, it'd be great to hear from first maybe Dr. Mathur, you, and then if we have time from Ashwin also.
The very, very quick answer is stability of the grid is not an issue. It's not an issue till at least we reach about 40% renewable energy, intermittent renewable energy in the grid, and possibly even more than that. And the reasons are very simple to look at. The first is that we have an adequate amount of backup energy, whether it is coal, whether it is nuclear, that can provide the base. The second is that, at least as far as solar energy is concerned, it's fairly predictable. So you know when you need to have the ramp ups or ramp downs. Consequently, as long as we build a system in which there is a requirement for a quick ramp up and ramp down of coal power stations, that's number one. Number two, we build a system in which we provide incentives for people to reduce their loads when they are asked to. So if there's a sudden increase, the electricity company could tell people, please reduce your load by 10%. And if you do so, we will reduce your tariff by 3 paisa per unit or something of that sort. And given today's air conditioning load, it's actually possible. Because all you need to do is to increase the set point temperature of an air conditioner by 2 degrees centigrade, and you get a 1.5% saving on electricity. In other words, it's possible. So that's the second. And the third is, obviously, we are moving towards a future in which we can have storage, particularly battery storage, but other kinds of storage as well, pumped hydro and so on, which can be used to make up the stability at the time when renewable electricity is either just coming in or going out. Over a period of time, the prices will drop of storage. Over a period of time, the amount of coal electricity that we have, which can balance this, will reduce. So these two things will work in opposite directions, but in the same time period. In the early time period, coal will take on the brunt of burden of stability. In the longer time period, storage will take on the brunt of stability. But it is possible.
Ashwin, any thoughts? And also I want to mention that we're getting a lot of interest on the chat on the integrated approach that you mentioned. So if there's anything else that you want to tell us about that, any other thoughts, this would be a great opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ajay dealt very, very comprehensively with the question on grid stability. On the integration piece, it's really a very simple point, and it's something that many electricity planners and regulators and investors are looking at, which is, we have to get to a truly integrated model with any given economy of what is the combination of technologies that you need to actually get behind, and how do you do it as one electrification system. So how do you combine grid, mini grid, off grid, as you think about last mile distribution and coverage. This is particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where the grid has still got a long way to go in terms of being built out. So, there's a whole bunch of different least cost electrification models out there. The question is, how do we get these adopted and really built on strong evidence bases, so that we can truly leverage the range of technologies that are out there. And I think right now we're not doing enough to really take advantage of the opportunities that are in front of us.
Yes, thank you, Ashwin. And one last question that I have, and then we will close this session, is for Rima Ben. Rima Ben, this is not a question, but there are comments that we're getting from the audience on, the wonderful points that you have raised on skill building and capacity building, and how the access to learning content and use of technology is so vital to creating all the women entrepreneurs that you create. Is there anything that you want to share on that topic? Any learnings or any experience?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that if we really want to succeed in skilling and building the capacities of women entrepreneurs, this is an era of partnerships, and I think we've been able to do this purely because of partnerships with organizations like Smart Power India, or with the UNEP, or with IFC. And I think that is what, and I wanted to tell Ashwin that you were talking about Gavi, and there needs to be a global alliance. Smart Power India can at least take the lead in building an alliance in India for DREs. And I think this is the time, so I would really call you upon for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rima Ben, and Ashwin. There's a task for you now to take forward. So, but thank you so much to everyone, to Dr. Mathur, Rima Ben, Ashwin, for joining us. It is typically a holiday that most Indians believe 15th August to be in, but it's so good to have the day started with a conversation with you. I still remember my days with Teddy, Dr. Ajay Mathur. I never missed a single Independence Day celebration, and I hope at some point the alumni is going to get invited to that. I really look forward to that. But thank you so much, and thanks to everyone for joining. And again, a big thank to all the organizers for organizing this wonderful event. I had a really, really nice time talking to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Anjali, and everyone for joining us and for the fantastic discussion. Now it's my privilege to invite Dr. Soumya Swaminathan for a plenary talk. Quick introduction about Dr. Swaminathan. A pediatrician from India, Dr. Swaminathan is a globally recognized researcher on TB and HIV, and currently the chief scientist at the WHO. She has over 3 decades of experience in clinical care and research. Dr. Swaminathan has served as Secretary of the Department of Health Research and Director General of the Indian Council of Medical Research, and has published over 250 peer-reviewed publications and book chapters. In this chat, Dr. Swaminathan will share her perspectives on tackling the spread of COVID amongst India's poorest and the measures the government could be taking to protect the most vulnerable. I'm looking forward to hear her speak on the various aspects of public healthcare systems in India, our current readiness and vulnerabilities, and what must be done to build enduring resilience. Dr. Swaminathan, honored to have you join us, and over to you for the next 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And greetings to everyone who's listening in. I think this is a great initiative, first of all, to get different points of view, ideas and thoughts, especially on our Independence Day, as we celebrate 74 years of independence. And then we're looking ahead to a bright future. I think it's time really for the generation that we belong to, which is the post-independence generation who were born in free and independent India and had the benefits of growing up in a democracy with freedom to speak and act and a good education. We also need to give something back. And I think as people who have, at least I speak for myself, sharing our experiences and thoughts is probably a constructive contribution. Now, of course, we're living in this pandemic and everything is colored with the pandemic. And so it's really hard to think about anything because it's affected every aspect of life. Now, today, of course, we're focusing on public health. And I think one thing that this pandemic has done has completely brought to the center the importance of public health. And I think maybe that's been the only silver lining, that it has forced governments, political leaders, and the public to appreciate the key role played by both science and by public health. And we've also seen that those countries which have invested in the past on public health, on universal health coverage, on good surveillance systems, on good primary health care, were able to do better. And of course, there are many different pillars when you talk about public health. There are pillars starting from the governance, how the cadre is set up and managed, so the whole management side of it, then the financing, how much of the services are free at the point of care, how much is the out-of-pocket expenses that people are facing, what are the supply chain and the logistics, the data systems, and very importantly, the human resources, the cadre of health professionals, starting from the village health workers, the volunteers like the Ashas in India, for example, the nurses, the doctors, and all the other functionaries we should not forget. We often think about doctors and nurses automatically, but we forget that you need lab technicians, you need physiotherapists, you need counselors and mental health specialists. You need a host of people managing the pharmacy, for example, pharmacists. So you need a host of paramedical staff to really be able to work as a team and deliver quality care. So again, the focus over the last few years has shifted from quantity to quality of services. And we've been expanding the package of essential health services. Countries which are investing heavily in universal health coverage are expanding the package of services. Now, we often talk about protection or health security being the other side of the coin as universal health coverage. So UHC and health security actually go together because the investments that you make in the system actually serve both. And it's clear that for health security, you need an investment in advance. And one of the things, again, that's come to the fore is that while there have been many warnings about pandemics in the past, and of course, the world has seen previous pandemics, of course, all due to influenza. Most countries didn't take this warnings very seriously till it's actually happened. But at least this gives an opportunity for us to build back stronger and better. I think India has done well in managing the pandemic so far, but the challenges are huge because of the population, the diversity, the heterogeneity of the health systems, the capacity of the health systems in different parts of the world, the type of populations, the overcrowding in the cities, and the lack of access to healthcare in many rural areas. All of these pose challenges. And therefore, I think whatever we do has to be innovative. It has to be flexible. It has to be based on science and data and evidence, and yet allow enough local flexibility to be able to adapt to the local context and the circumstances. And one of the things that I know that India is planning to invest in heavily is data systems and has been doing. We have the unique identification for each individual, the electronic health records, the plans for a national health stack, the National Health Assurance Authority, which has also working mostly digitally. So all of this actually is helping to build the backbone of a digital infrastructure, which would be really needed for the future of healthcare. And again, I think the pandemic has forced us to be quite innovative in the ways in which we communicate and conduct our day-to-day business. And so it's giving us a lot of insights into how we can leverage technology. So while I have been visiting some hospitals, while I have been here in India for the last few days, I was struck by the fact that people are really finding it very difficult to come to health facilities now because of lockdowns in a number of places, lack of public transportation, and the fear of going into hospitals. And so this is an opportunity really to invest heavily in telemedicine and use telemedicine in many different ways. One is the classical patient to doctor consultation. You do it on tele instead of doing it in person. But this could also be leveraged to do training and to do shared virtual appointments. So, for example, if there is a chronic disease clinic, which people are not able to access, people with hypertension or diabetes or heart disease who are on treatment and normally would come to the hospital every month or every 3 months for a checkup, it should be possible now to engage them, not only one-to-one, because that of course requires the same amount of time the doctor would provide for an in-person, but a shared appointment where you could have 10 or 20 people with diabetes joining in a session with a doctor, a specialist. And while he or she talks to one patient, the others are actually listening and to the questions and answers, and thereby also learning. And this has worked actually in several places. These experiments have been done to show that shared care actually, perhaps in some ways, offers advantages to individual one-to-one, except in cases, of course, where there's confidentiality issues and people may not like to reveal their status. But for many diseases, people don't mind actually discussing with others. And it's an opportunity to learn from how others are doing, also from your peers. And so I think innovations like that in the health system, and also being able to support and communicate with our frontline workers, whether they are ASHAs or VHNs or ANMs, to improve their performance, they need constant feedback. They need that loop, which tells them what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. And that could be somebody based either at the primary health center or at the district hospital who does this. And again, it could be a shared platform where instead of the in-person meeting, they all connect through form and learnings and experience. I think building as outlined in the National Health Policy 2017 is going to be very important. And very few states in India today have that. And that is critical because it provides you, again, a structure in order which you can be activated. It's, of course, doing its routine activities, but in the case of an outbreak, an epidemic, it can be promptly activated in order to provide a number of different services. Having trained field epidemiologists who know how to do outbreak investigation, who can not only detect an outbreak, but also investigate it and put in place a response. So detection, prevention, and response are the three pillars which form part of the international health regulations that all countries have signed up to, and which sort of guide the way in which we would strengthen the performance in that area. And again, I think this is a time to take a critical self-look at what we have done well, what are the gaps, and what we could do better. I mean, I think an incredible success story has been the fact that from no indigenous testing reagents and one lab that was able to do testing for COVID in January, We now have, I think, 1,500 or more labs across the country, and that most of the reagents are being indigenously manufactured. So it's possible when there's a challenge, we can also take it as an opportunity. But it needs a very holistic approach. A piecemeal approach is not going to work. And perhaps the last thing that point that I would like to speak about is the participation of communities and people. And I was very impressed when I went to Thailand to see their primary healthcare system and how the community really actively participates in providing feedback, in being very close to the local sub-center or the primary healthcare center, and also having gatherings, like they have this People's Health Assembly every year, which starts from the local level, at the village, at the district level, and then goes all the way up to a huge National People's Health Assembly every year, where ordinary citizens come together to discuss their health problems and the solutions with staff from the Ministry of Health, and also with other political leaders like the elected representatives. So I think that's another area where we could strengthen, and which would really help our primary healthcare system if we started involving the community, getting the feedback, having them participate in programs, because for many diseases we know that having a curative approach has limitations, especially the chronic diseases. We talk about non-communicable diseases. There's a limit to how much diagnosis and prevention you can do. It's like not turning off the tap, but only trying to control the level in the bucket without when you have a constant tap that's open and filling the bucket. So this is where prevention and risk factors and the other social determinants, environmental determinants, social determinants, economic determinants of health, they come into play. And that needs, again, a separate approach. And it's, again, this becomes an all-of-government approach where the health ministry or the health department actually become the stewards and the champions. But the actual implementation may be done by different ministries, whether it's road transport for road safety, whether it's the food and agriculture department for nutritious food, whether it is the women and child department who manages the schools, and health and education need to go together. So whether it's the finance department, which actually makes the taxes happen, taxes on tobacco, taxes on alcohol, taxes on unhealthy foods. So on the one hand, we have to strengthen our healthcare delivery system, including the human resources, and develop the public health cadre. And on the other hand, it's what individuals, behavior change can do. And at the community level, at the village level, or at the urban neighborhood level, what are the things that they can put in place, including water and sanitation and waste disposal and taking care of local water bodies and trying to reduce pollution. So that, I feel, would be the holistic approach as we look forward to new era, and not only more financial investments, but more investments in health, leading to a healthier population for all Indians. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Swaminathan, for your rich and timely insights, which is also a great segue for our next segment. Thank you so much, Dr. Swaminathan.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Dr. Aquinas, who was an internist at St. John's Medical College in Bangalore and has made a conscious shift from hospital-based healthcare to community-based healthcare and chose to work in Kalahandi in Odisha. She founded Swasthya Swaraj Society, and through her experience serving communities, Dr. Aquinas will speak about the barriers and challenges to access quality healthcare in remote parts of India, her learnings, and what it will take to change this. This will be a recorded video of Dr. Aquinas speaking to all of us.
Good morning, all of you. First of all, I have to thank the organizers of this Global Development Talk organized by the Natch Foundation and ENCORE for inviting me. Perhaps I am a misfit in this platform of global experts, but then I thought I should seize this opportunity to represent the people who are outside the development discussions and speak on their behalf from a health perspective. Also on behalf of the healthcare professionals who have chosen to work in difficult areas away from the limelight. I will focus on primary health care in neglected areas, especially the tribal pockets, based on my experience in a Swasti Swaraj Comprehensive Community Health Program in Thomalapur block in Kalahandi district, Odisha since 2014. Of all the forms of inequalities, inequality in health is the most unjust and inhumane. To understand the truth of this statement of Martin Luther King Jr. and the depth of it, you need to visit the tribal areas of our country, especially where the particularly vulnerable tribal groups live. When we started Swasti Swaraj 6 years ago, we three daring, enterprising women, not knowing the language, in an area with no electricity, no mobile connections, and an area which was a den of malaria, where people frightened us, saying, if you drink the water of Kalahandi, or if you even take bath in Thomalapur waters, you will get malaria and die. We have journeyed and come a long way since then. We used to see lots of skin infections, scabies, and fungal infections every day, treated and abandoned by the traditional faith healers. Several diarrhea cases with dehydration, malaria everywhere, children dying due to severe malaria on the way to hospital, maternal deaths, TB, severe acute malnutrition, the list goes on. In diarrhea cases, we taught the health workers and the mothers on preparing ORS, and they all learned it very well. They will demonstrate exactly what was taught word by word. But to our surprise, we realized that there's no sugar in the villages to make the home ORS. We taught in nutrition about energy food, high energy food, proteins and minerals and vitamins. And then we realized that oil is a luxury item reserved for occasions of celebrations. It's in these contexts that we started Swasti Swaraj, and it was a response to this unjust situation. How do we make deprivation have become part of their lives? Health is determined by various determinants: social, economic, nutrition, literacy, infrastructure, transportation, mobile connectivity, cultural traditions, livelihood. The livelihood patterns of these people are such that the women have no time even for delivering the baby. Then there is the constant struggle for food, drinking water, shelter. The dominant development paradigm in health needs to be revisited and shifted. Disproportionate focus on tertiary and specialized healthcare is at the cost of primary healthcare, which should be the bedrock of any health system. When healthcare is moving towards higher and higher specialization and becoming expensive day by day, who will provide healthcare to the poor of this country? How will the poor access healthcare when it is concentrated in urban areas and metropolitan cities? How will the poor get good healthcare? The sad thing is that more than 70% of our people require only primary healthcare. Tackling the healthcare challenges in tribal areas. Swasti Swaraj views the challenges experienced by the tribal community not as a whole, but instead as components. This allows us to identify smaller segments that can be tackled with strengths that we have in an incremental way, in a comprehensive way. When it comes to tackling the healthcare needs in tribal areas, there's some factors to be considered. Number one is availability. This is ensuring availability of healthcare personnel, doctors, nurses, and paramedics who have to be available and willing to work in the backward poor areas. Where doctors do not go, nurses also do not go. Healthcare is a teamwork, manpower and resources have to be there. Second is accessibility. If a mother has to walk more than 10 kilometers carrying her sick child, she would rather choose not to go to a hospital, whatever good quality health care is provided there. If it involves staying away from her work, leaving the other children uncared for, she wouldn't go. Accessibility also includes road infrastructure, availability of public transport, mobile network, energy supply in the villages. We need to make sure who are the most vulnerable groups and whether they are able to access the healthcare, not just the numbers in the health center. This may include very often that we take the trouble to reach out to where they are, which is very hard. 40 years after Alma Ata Declaration, the Indian health system's approach continues to rely on population-based norms, 100,000, 30,000, 10,000, etc., which is okay in non-tribal areas. But these population-based norms has little consideration for aspects like quick access, acceptability, and community participation. Third factor is affordability. Who will bear the cost of treatment? The poor cannot bear the cost. In Swasti Swaraj, we provide free of cost all investigations and treatment. The poor coming in contact with the health system for the first time cannot afford the cost of consultation, nursing care, medicines, and investigations. Also, their nutrition is of equal importance as much as medicines. Supplementary nutrition is part of therapy in our setting. The fourth factor is community participation. Unlike in secondary and tertiary healthcare settings, primary healthcare is the healthcare of the community. Community has to be empowered to meaningfully participate in the healthcare. For this, we need to empower the different cadres of the society. People are not just passive recipients of healthcare, but they have to be empowered to be actively participating in the healthcare. How do we empower the community to participate in primary healthcare program? Swasti Swaraj model is we train different categories of people. One, Swasti Sathis, they are the frontline healthcare workers. In every village and every hamlet, one tribal woman is trained and is being trained who is usually illiterate. Second is community health practitioners who are the mid-level health workers. These are educated tribal girls belonging to PVTG groups. Third is training of traditional birth attendants. Then the fourth is field animators. These are educated tribal youth who are in charge of 6 to 8 villages or hamlets. Then number 5 is the adolescent girls' empowerment and improvement of their nutrition in order to reduce the low birth weight babies and intergenerational stunting. Then children as educators of the community. This is an intervention in government primary schools using agriculture as a medium of education. Also, there is a TB program, which is a comprehensive TB control program addressing the various aspects of TB care in collaboration with the government. Then the malaria control, also in collaboration with the government. Malaria in under 5 children and in pregnant women are special targets. What are the results we have seen so far? By measurable indicators, reduced the malaria from 55% positivity in 2015-16 to less than 10% in 18-19. Malaria in pregnancy decreased from 35% to 7% during this period. Infant mortality rate is down from 152 per 1,000 live births in 2014-15 to 107 per 1,000 live births in 2018-19. Child mortality rate is down from 258 per 1,000 to 127 per 1,000 live births. Neonatal deaths remain the same, 65% of the infant mortality rate. TB detection is improved, which means the infectivity reduces in the community. And TB cure rates is increased considerably. Undernutrition rates is coming down. Underweight children, that's weight for age, numbers decreased considerably from 73% in 2014-15 to 49%. These figures may have many fallacies, as estimating the age of the baby and date of birth was a huge challenge, as no mother knew the age of the baby. But stunting rates remain the same, around 63%, not only in under 5 children, but also in children 6 years to 13 years, indicating chronic and intergenerational undernutrition. In conclusion, if you ask me what is the single best intervention which will make the most results, my answer is focus on primary health care and primary education. Improve the quality and the quantity of it with determination and commitment. We need healthcare professionals coming forward to work in 4 areas. For this, revamping medical education system and producing more doctors and nurses have not proven to be solving the problem. Our urban areas and some states of the country have already doctor population ratio 1:100 and is on par with the United States and advanced countries. But in states like Odisha, it is 1:7,000 plus, and when you come to tribal areas, it may be 1:20 to 30,000. But remember one thing, it's not doctors or healthcare professionals who make the change. It is people themselves. We will be achieving SDGs in good health and well-being only when people in the community, instead of remaining as passive recipients of healthcare services, come to the realization that health is their right and they start demanding healthcare. A primary care healthcare physician can facilitate this process. As health and nutrition go hand in hand, we need to simultaneously concentrate on nutrition. Our present PDS program alleviates starvation deaths, but we need to make the people demand and get PDS not just for hunger alleviation, but for improving their nutrition status by including oil and pulses in it in the tribal areas. This is the paradigm shift in primary healthcare. Healthcare not as service, but as a right of the people. But this is a slow process. Rudolf Virchow said, if deprivation is the root cause of disease, then doctors are the natural attorneys of the poor. Yes, more doctors need to be motivated and encouraged to use their skills in the poor localities too. Doctors are trained to diagnose, to find the root cause of diseases. In primary health care, we need to use these skills to diagnose the root cause of problems, not only of individual diseases, but also of the community, and the community can immensely benefit from this competence. When we work for the poor, the program cannot be self-sustaining. You need external funding support. I would like to conclude with a quotation from Karl Marx. If we have chosen the position in life in which we can most of all work for mankind, no burdens can bow us down. Our happiness will belong to millions. Our deeds will live on quietly, but perpetually at work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aquinas, for your remarkable work and wonderful perspective. Continuing our discourse around health, we have a distinguished panel up next that will discuss building resilience in India's primary healthcare system and the critical shifts and partnerships required to achieve the SDG of affordable and inclusive healthcare by 2030. To moderate this panel, I have the privilege of inviting Dr. Sanjeev Arora. Dr. Arora is the founder and director of Project ECHO, a nonprofit that uses technology, a disease management model, case-based learning, and a web-based database to arm primary care providers with the knowledge needed to treat those with complex health problems that would otherwise need to travel for medical care. ECHO currently operates with hubs in 39 countries and spokes in over 125 countries. Dr. Arora is also a distinguished and Regents Professor of Medicine with tenure in the Department of Internal Medicine at the University of New Mexico Health Sciences Center. Warm welcome, Dr. Arora, and I hand it over to you for the next 45 minutes.
Thank you, Santosh, and Thank you, Mr. Sudha Srinivasan, for this kind opportunity to present here and also to moderate this panel. You know, I'm a gastroenterologist by profession, and I left India 40 years ago, and it's been wonderful to see the gradual improvement in healthcare in India. About 17 years ago, I started Project ECHO in the United States to solve a particular problem that people were dying because of a lack of specialty access in the country. In my own clinic, I had an 8-month wait to see me, and people were dying from liver cancers and liver failure because they couldn't get treatment for hepatitis C. So I developed ECHO with the idea and our mission to exponentially expand the capacity of a health system to implement best practices all over the world. And the way the ECHO model worked was that we would use one-to-many video conferencing like we are using today to leverage the expertise of a multidisciplinary team of experts. And we would share best practices, protocols, guidelines with primary care clinicians. And then they would present patients to each other and to us at the university. And we would build communities of practice. And what we found was over time, these primary care clinicians became experts, and waits in my clinic fell from 8 months to 2 weeks. Since then, we have now expanded the ECHO project from hepatitis C to more than 70 different disease areas in 158 countries. We have partnered with the Honorable Secretary Preeti Sudhan in India and have launched almost 50 networks in India, including our work in India on COVID-19 has involved the training of 300,000 healthcare workers on best practices in COVID-19, which have included nurses and doctors and public health professionals, etc. And in the last 12 months have done 66 million minutes of training in India. But going back to the more general, what we've found across the world is that there's an enormous shortage of skilled healthcare workers in every country that we work in. Even in the United States, where we have almost twice the specialists than any other developed nation, and almost 50 times that in some countries in Africa, our rural patients don't have access to specialists easily. Our low-income patients cannot find specialists. Primary care is difficult to find. So over the last few years, there's been a quantum improvement in healthcare in India because of the Ayushman Bharat project, which we will hear about in a moment from Mr. Indubhushan. One of the challenges, the insurance arm of this project has, of course, relieved a lot of suffering for humanity, and many, many visits have occurred. Yet there remains a challenge of healthcare workers shortage, skills of healthcare workers. And we know that the right knowledge the right care cannot be provided unless the right knowledge exists at the right place at the right time. So in our work around the world, we have found countries taking 3 primary approaches for the purpose of overcoming healthcare resource shortages. First is, of course, you can take the approach of making a lot more doctors, more medical schools, make nurses, more nurses. This takes a lot of time, but has enduring benefits. Another approach they've taken is allowing mid-level providers, from barefoot doctors in China many decades ago to nurse practitioners and physician assistants. The approach we have taken around the world is there is existing workforce, why not upskill them? That is primarily the way ECHO works. We find when a nurse has a repertoire of working on a license allows 1 to 10 level of work, most of them work at 3 and 4 because they don't have the skills. And so ECHO has taken the approach of upskilling them, building communities of practice in which all teach and all learn. I want to now move on to our panel and introduce our first speaker. Dr. Indu Bhushan is, of course, well known to all of you. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Ayushman Bharat. This is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana of the National Health Authority, the world's largest government-funded health insurance scheme, providing cashless secondary and tertiary care to more than 53 crore poorest citizens. He's a civil servant turned economist with a career spanning nearly 37 years. He has had multiple positions with the Asian Development Bank, including as Director General Strategy and Policy Development. He was awarded the Government of India's National Award for E-Governance 2019-20, the Gold Award on behalf of the National Health Authority, and also the Global Achievement Award by Johns Hopkins University, his alma mater. Please welcome Dr. Indu Bhushan. And Dr. Bhushan, you will have 6 minutes to speak. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arora, and thank you very much for inviting me here. And of course, this crisis, pandemic has been a huge tragedy for the country, for the whole world. But in this perspective, I want to make 3 points. First, while this tragedy has been there, it has also thrown up some opportunities. And one opportunity is that health sector has become the center of debate in policy discussions. Earlier, health sector was on the periphery of development debates. Now, for last 6 months, I've never seen that health is being seen in discussions in the PMO, Cabinet Secretary, and all different ministries. So when we were saying earlier that health is everyone's concern, probably the first time all ministries are working on health sector. For the first time, we are seeing health sector issues being reported on the front page of all newspapers for a long time. So this is an opportunity that we need to seize, where we can put in place long-term reforms and changes in the sector, which will help us come out of this crisis better and stronger, number one. Number two, this crisis also has shown the fault lines where we have not done well. And I think that also points to where those changes need to be made. And some of those issues are that we need to do more for urban health. We need to do more for digital health. We need to do more in public health, and all these areas which have not received the kind of attention we should have given in the past have come back to, are showing us the mirror that probably these are the areas we need to work more on. Third, and I think this is the positive message, that many of the initiatives that government has taken in recently have also helped in a big way in responding to the crisis. And I'll focus on only the scheme that I supervise or coordinate, Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. And this has helped in terms of responding to the crisis in a big way and showing that schemes like this can build the resilience that we need in the health sector. And I'll just share with you 5 areas where the scheme has helped in doing that. Number one, it has helped in terms of protecting the poor from COVID and non-COVID, both diseases during last 6 months. We have provided through this scheme support for 70,000 tests and more than close to about 25,000 treatments. And these are to the people who have taken this treatment and tests. The private sector, they wouldn't have been able to afford it. Second is that the scheme also has been able to crowd in support from the private sector in a big way in terms of providing help, especially for the non-COVID. What happened in the past 6 months with the COVID, many of the hospitals scaled back their operations. Some hospitals actually closed because of lack of access, but also human resources problem. But our scheme has been able to continue and get more private sector hospitals. And last 3 months, we have been able to get close to 3,000 hospitals impaneled with us, providing non-COVID care. and the critical non-COVID care has almost not suffered during this because of this. Third thing is about data and the importance of data and the kind of the several 100 terabyte of data that we have also helped in terms of identifying the high-risk groups and people who have comorbidities, because clearly from their records, and getting in touch with them and providing them information, education, that has been tremendous. But also from our regular flow of information on what is happening, where influenza-like illnesses are coming up, where SARI-like illnesses are coming up, that can provide leading indicators or leading help for surveillance and seeing if the problems are emerging there. Fourth, the IT structure, the IT backbone that we've created helped also some states in monitoring not only PMJ COVID beneficiaries of what is happening, but also non-PMJ COVID beneficiaries. Many states asked us to expand our IT framework to help them monitor what is happening, support for the COVID. And finally, the call center that we created under the scheme has been able to provide an support for 1075, which is the lifeline for COVID help. And in last few months, we have fielded close to 30 lakh calls and integrated similar amount of calls to states. And so close to 60 lakh calls have been fielded through this. And this was also because of the digital call center that we had put in place, and it helped. So in general, what we see is that initiatives like this can help build resilience against any unforeseen attacks or medical emergencies. And so with that, I still feel that there are many areas, like I mentioned earlier, they need further support, and using the opportunity which has been given to us by bringing the health sector to the core of a policy discussion, we should be pushing on those areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Dr. Bhushan, and thank you for your wonderful service, and congratulations on all your awards, and really what a privilege to have you as leading this enormous initiative. Our next speaker is going to be Ms. Preeti Soodhan, who's a friend and has been a collaborator for the last few years with us in the ECHO project in India. She was the Health Secretary of India till last month, where she's been a key strategist in times of the COVID-19 pandemic, a 1983 batch IAS officer of the Andhra cadre. She was previously Secretary, Department of Food and Public Distribution. She also served as Special Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development, and as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Defense. In her cadre, she has a distinguished track record of serving in finance and planning, disaster management, tourism, and agriculture. Ms. Soodhan has been a very key functionary in the planning and implementation of the Ayushman Bharat Yojana. Welcome, Ms. Preeti Soodhan. And please tell us about the critical bottlenecks and resource constraint in achieving universal healthcare in India.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arora, and so good to see you again. And thank you. I begin with many thanks for all the handholding that you've done for training our resource persons during this COVID time. And because we are talking about this, let me say that we have trained about 7 million people in this during these tough times, and this was very, very critical. So let me begin with the topic itself. We are discussing today building resilience in India's primary healthcare system. When I'm talking about opportunities and bottlenecks, I think I would first like to begin with what will make us resilient. Because if we are very clear in that vision, then we can identify our bottlenecks and also identify what our constraints are and how we can remove them. So in my mind, there are 7 key elements that will build our resilience. First is that we should have a very clear statement of deliverables. We are talking about primary healthcare. What are our target groups? What is the diversity that India has, tribal areas, hilly areas, difficult areas, inaccessible areas, then areas where you have specific diseases, like, we've been facing local epidemics also. So very, very clear statement of deliverables. Whether now we also need to move to, the vertical, we need to merge the vertical programs horizontally. We have non-communicable and communicable programs separately, MCH separately. What's the platform? So a very clear statement of deliverables, number one. Secondly, of course, HR. You see the human resource element, doctors, nurses, lab technicians, epidemiologists, and so on. I just want to tell you that a lot of work has been done in India in this regard, whether it is on medical, PG education, or, increasing the seats in undergrad or postgrad or specialist diploma courses now started by DNB. So there's been a lot. That's a matter of a separate video conference. But what I want to point out is that we have now started with the health and wellness centers, community health providers. That is the main thing, because when you're talking about primary healthcare, then community health providers and community medicine is one thing which needs to be worked on, which will make us resilient. It's being done in health, in education also, medical education, and actually today we have about 44,000 community health providers in place in our health health and wellness centers, which I'll talk in a minute. Second is that, adequate training and regular updation of skills of these workers. Then fourth is motivation to perform, both monetary and non-monetary. You've seen our ASHAs. This is performance-based, payments, and a lot of prestige and respect they have in their villages. So that makes the difference. You feel that you are a part of this social enterprise. Then, of course, adequate infrastructure, equipment. It's not about buildings only. It's about how the services are also delivered. Then you have, next is very close monitoring and feedback. Why I'm saying this is because, you see, the scenario is evolving. So we need to keep learning and reinventing ourselves. If we don't do that, if we become stagnant, then it doesn't help. Next is, of course, social audit. We must have social audit of our health services. For health and wellness centers, we have put in place that social audit will be done by the self-help groups in the villages itself. So accountability is very important, and accountability has to be not by a big organization. It has to be by people themselves. So where are we now? As you know that since pre-independence, actually, we had this vision of a very robust primary healthcare system, very comprehensive, and Bhore Committee did outline that. National Health Policy of 2017 spoke about, accessible, affordable, quality healthcare within a paradigm of ethics. However, we did not translate it into a program. It has been done with Ayushman Bharat with two pillars. One is the PMJ, and the second is the health and wellness centers. And I'm so glad that we did it this way, because then the entire paradigm of healthcare we have covered. And now with COVID, we have seen how important it is to have a robust public healthcare system. So in our journey so far, it was MCH, mother and child services oriented primary healthcare till now. The vertical programs dealing with communicable diseases, with non-communicable diseases. Non-communicable diseases, mind you, was largely ignored. You are part of our TB vertical program also. And then now with health and wellness centers and PMJ, this is the first time that we are talking about comprehensive, preventive, promotive healthcare. So I want to emphasize that India's primary healthcare system can become resilient only if the preventive and promotive aspects of healthcare are also integrated. You spoke about USA. USA spends 18% of its GDP on healthcare. But just look what's happening during COVID. You don't have outreach workers. You don't have anything to reach people to. So that is what I think India has done right, and we need to build on it. So I again want to repeat that health is a public good. We must recognize that. Health is an individual responsibility. We've not, sort of worked on that. So, and health is not just absence of disease, it is wellness. And I think the Prime Minister's message, which he gave in, in the health, in the General Assembly of United Nations also last year, very, very clearly said that for us, it is preventive and promotive healthcare. It is wellness that we want to bring into healthcare. So that is why I want to also emphasize that health ministry cannot do health alone. So the Ministry of Women and Child, the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Rural Development, then you see this Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Eat Right movement, Fit India movement, the Gram Swaraj Abhiyan, the way the multi-sectoral, you see field level and middle level and higher level ministries have converged. That is what we need to build on. That's what will make us resilient. When I talk about these things, I'd like to say, how do we institutionalize this? It's very easy to speak about these things. How do you translate it into actual reality? For that, I would like to say that there are few steps. Let me begin from the very, from the field level.
Thank you. Please end in about 30 seconds, just because we want to give the other speakers something.
Okay. So then you should have warned me earlier. You didn't give me the time in the beginning, I think. Okay. So just to say that all the field workers together will work, and we need to leverage technology, our eSanjeevani, our telemedicine, your Echo platform, recognize good work. We are today digital health mission has been announced by the Prime Minister from the Red Fort. We'll take that forward. So this is what, in my view, will make primary healthcare resilient. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Secretary Sudhan, and happy Independence Day to all. It's a pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Devi Shetty is the chairman and founder of Narayana Health, a cardiac surgeon with 34 years of experience. He's world-renowned. He's also the initiator of the micro health insurance scheme that led to Yashasapni scheme, world's cheapest comprehensive health insurance scheme, set up by the government of Karnataka, which benefits millions of farmers in Karnataka. He's the recipient of a number of awards and honors, most noteworthy being the Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan awards conferred by the government of India, and the Rajyotsava Seva Award conferred by the government of Karnataka. Welcome, Dr. Devi Shetty. Please talk to us about the role of public-private partnerships in resolving the bottlenecks in our health system.
Thank you. 5 minutes.
We have 6 minutes, yeah.
Minutes, okay, fine. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. On the 6th of August, that's a few days ago, Government of India came up with a Gazette notification, which has essentially liberated higher medical education. The impact is that the single step by our government will transform the way healthcare is delivered across the country. And today, our indicator of healthcare, we are at 112 position below Iran, Iraq, Venezuela. I am very convinced in 5 years, we will reach one of the top levels. Why this transformation will happen by single regulation? It is because every year, 170,000 young doctors, passionate doctors, appear for postgraduate examination entrance test. Out of them, not more than 30,000 of them get their postgraduate seat of their choice. And the remaining 110,000, 120,000 doctors do not go back to work in a government or a private hospital. Instead, they head directly towards Kerala or Kota to attend coaching classes, to mug multiple choice questions for the next 2 to 4 years to 5 years, with the belief that one day they will get that elusive PG seats, which they never get because they don't exist. But with the new liberation policy, government has done the cleverest thing by introducing diploma courses, which is a 2-year diploma course, not the 3-year diploma course. The advantage of that is if they introduce a 3-year course, all the big hospitals, government and private, are already saturated with postgraduate residents. By introducing diploma courses, few thousand government hospitals and private hospitals with 100 beds, 200 beds can become postgraduate institutions. Our biggest problem today, we are in this mess because entire countries, government hospitals have a shortage of 80% for medical specialties. I'll give an example. Women and children comprise 60% of the country's population. They need a gynecologist. There are only 30,000 gynecologists in the country. They need a pediatrician. A country which produces 24 million babies a year has less than 30,000, 40,000 pediatricians. They need the support of a family physician. We have a shortage. They need radiologists to do the imaging. There are less than 10,500 radiologists. So government hospitals were virtually not contributing to healthcare. Now with this training program happening, there will be a transformation happening because of the young, passionate doctors working in these government hospitals who will serve the patient and also become better doctors. Now, we have been hearing a lot about COVID problem affecting thousands of people, large number of people getting admitted to ICU. And we heard so much of debate about ventilator. Everyone was talking about the ventilator, but none of us talked about a person called anesthesiologist who's going to link the patient, COVID patient, to the anesthesia machine. And they are called anesthesiologists. And there are less than 30,000, 40,000 anesthetists in the whole country. And half of them are more than 45, 50 years old. They're not comfortable in treating patients. So with the launching of this course, large number of private hospitals will be able to train huge number of doctors required. Similarly, large number of government hospitals. Together, they will create such a formidable force that about 1 lakh doctors who are not currently touching the patients will come back to touch the patients and serve the needs. And this will have a huge transformative effect. And the other huge transformative effect, these courses of higher education are virtually free. They don't need to pay any fees. Instead, these doctors, when they are working, they get handsome stipend so they can manage with their family. So this will encourage large number of children from poor families to join medical college. And why we want children from deprived families to join medical college? Because these are the children coming from poor families. What we notice across the world, doctors who have magic in their fingers generally come from deprived background. And those children in Indian context are not dreaming of becoming doctors because of the high cost. With the liberating higher medical education, there will be a transformative effect. And I'm convinced that India will become the first country in the world to dissociate healthcare from affluence within the next 5 to 7 years. I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Devi Shetty. That was such an inspiring message. I think that, in Latin, we've always focused on exports. If we did what you said, it would. I've enjoyed reading your article, Beds Don't Treat Patients, Doctors Do. And I think it makes so much sense. And liberating people to do and follow their dreams it also helps us economically. Healthcare workers can be a major export. As I said, we work in 158 countries. Everywhere there's a shortage, and Indian doctors are often considered the best doctors in every country that I go to. So I think that if you do what you're saying, it could have a huge impact. I want to now open this up for discussion. And I hope Preeti Soodhan and Dr. Indu Bhushan, you can turn on your cameras too, and we can have a discussion. One very major challenge that is coming up that we are seeing all over the world was just last week in the US, we did a survey here, and people were asked this question: if a vaccine was available today for COVID-19, would you take it? And only 66% responded that they would actually take it. The second issue for us is that 7 billion people will have to be vaccinated all at once after about 7 months. Between 7 months and a year, a vaccine will be here. It'll be mass manufactured. The question, and most countries that I have been talking to don't have the trained healthcare workforce to motivate patients, to tell them what the side effects are, why they should take it for themselves, how will it benefit their family, how will they manage side effects. I wanted to offer we are doing this in Africa too, all across 50 countries in Africa, but I also wanted to offer this platform to India for training our ECHO platform, for training a workforce and planning now for vaccine delivery that is about to come in India. If you could also comment on this, of how we should move forward in this area, and also other things in relation to what you've heard from each other speakers. Let me go to Dr. Indu Bhushan first.
Yeah, I think administering this vaccine to 1.3 billion people in the country will be a challenge. It will be a challenge from logistics point of view. It will be a challenge from how do you prioritize, who should get it first. And also, you rightly pointed out that we need to see how to deliver it, because if we want to deliver only through the public sector, then that will be a challenge, especially if you want to do it in a very short amount of time. And fortunately, Government of India is fully aware of these challenges, and there is a task force right now, as we speak, established, which is looking into all these issues, including how the vaccines will be stored, procured, stored, and delivered, and how the implementation will be monitored. And I have no doubt that this task force is going to have a very effective plan of action put in place well before the vaccine is available.
Thank you. And a question for you, Ms. Preeti Soodhan. You can comment on this too. And also, I think you're muted still. I wanted to certainly tell you that if you decide to use the platform, we can help you train 1 million people if that was required in India. But the other question, if you could also comment as we go from speaker to speaker, Dr. Shetty has given this idea for post-graduation. But what is the harm in also training us thinking that we are going to become the healthcare provider workforce for the world, and really expanding in all different areas of healthcare workforce? We already are a nurse exporter, and this is something college education Indians like to pursue. Is that an opportunity for us too, in the economic sense? Ms. Preeti Soodhan.
Just quickly on vaccine, there is a committee, a high-level committee, which has been formed with Dr. Paul and Secretary as co-chair. They are working out every nitty-gritty of vaccine. You see, once it comes, how distribution, storage, transportation, and definitely, I think you should send an email to Secretary. I will also tell them that your platform should be used. I'm sure it will be used, Dr. Arora, because we are using it in our healthcare training anyways, number one. Number two, on what Dr. Shetty said. So I'd also like to tell you that there is a allied health professionals bill, which was actually to be introduced in the parliament, but it sort of, because the parliament got postponed because of COVID. Therefore, this is a game changer. We will be, because we will regulate all health professionals across, you see, the spectrum of healthcare. It will really give a boost to, we will not only export, but we will also be able to have credibility. Today, we see that nurses in US are from Philippines and all, not from India, because we don't have a very robust regulatory system, number one. Number two, Dr. Shetty's actually has been in touch, and I'm glad that he has acknowledged what we have done for DNB diplomas. Now, everywhere in the district, each district can actually have a diploma postgrad student there, which will, he or she will not only contribute to healthcare, but also then work there in the long term. And there are a lot of things going on in healthcare. I think we should have a separate, dialogue on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Devi Shetty, if you have additional comments, and I saw Mr. Mohandas Pai had also put his camera on. I don't know if you had a comment. First, you, Dr. Devi Shetty, and then we'll open it up for questions from the audience.
The Sanjeev, today IT products are one of the largest foreign currency earner in the range of, I think, about $150 billion, if I'm not mistaken. If we train 5 million doctors, nurses, medical technicians with the idea of them being prepared to get a job outside India, and 5 million workforce can easily remit $100 billion a year, which is almost as big as the largest revenue generator IT industry. And this, we have to do it. The reason is, across the world, there will be shortage of nearly the more than 12 to 13 million healthcare workforce in the near future. When that kind of a workforce shortage happens, what the first world countries will do is to open their doors. Then all our doctors and all our nurses will fly away in a very short period of time, because there they get exponentially higher salary than what we have. It's an existential threat for India not to look at the healthcare needs of rest of the world. And we have to reorganize our training program so that they can easily pass those entrance exam and get the suitable job.
And Dr. Devi Shetty, that's exactly the point I was trying to make to you, is everywhere I go, there is a huge sucking sound from other places to for healthcare workers. If we expand our nurse practitioner, physician assistant programs, primary care doctor programs, specialty programs, we can do what we have done in IT and exactly this could be the biggest export we can provide to the world. Because mostly not because of the fact that it's an export thing. That's what Indians want to do. It's their talent. They enjoy it. Indian doctors and nurses are recognized all over the world. And it offers an amazing opportunity for us to lead the world and provide service in that area. I think we have about 6 minutes more left in this panel. Santosh, are there questions from the audience that we should be taking, or should we continue our discussion for the 6 minutes? If you could just chat us and tell us what the answer is. But Dr. Indu Bhushan, do you have any comments about what Dr. Devi Shetty said just now?
I think this is the issue also Ms. Preeti Sudan also touched upon, issue of human resources and ensuring that we have human resources at different level available for our own country, but also for the whole world. I think, again, I have a strong conviction that Government of India, I think, is on the right track on providing these human resources and developing these human resources through a lot of initiatives and policies which have been put in place in the last few years. So I think we'll see some results in coming years. And I think I'm very hopeful that we are on the right track in this direction, Dr. Arora.
Thank you. And Dr. Preeti Soodhan, how do we incentivize our doctors in rural areas that have no to work in rural areas, because currently there's no access to quality medical care? Somebody of our audience asks this question. Could you just talk a little bit about that?
Two things come to my mind immediately. First is that under the NHM, we have a policy of you quote, I pay. So we ask the doctor to actually quote, and we are paying in rural areas of Bastar and even in Northeast almost 2 to 3 lakhs per month. We ask them to quote, number one. Number two, recently MCI and Government of India have notified compulsory district internship for our postgrad students. So this will come into force from next year, from this coming year. So that also will ensure that there is an incentive there. Next is for the community health provider in the rural areas. We are, it is again 20% is the monthly salary that is given. Next is performance based. And thirdly, under the NMC bill, as you said, the nurse practitioner will be given powers to actually practice community medicine. So these are some of the things that come to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And Dr. Shetty, just one, could you just address this question a little bit about rural? In some countries, what they do is, because lots of people want to become doctors, if the government has medical schools where people can go and get a medical school education at low cost, why could they not also have an associated rural sort of commitment to go to a rural area for a certain period of time? This is a uniform practice in many countries in the world. Is that a possibility for us to encourage people and sort of have a quid pro quo? And this will be the last question, after which we'll just do wrap up. Please go ahead, Dave.
Yeah,
Shetty.
Yeah, Sanjeev, we have about 500 medical colleges, and they have a massive campus, which is perhaps the largest campuses. I don't think many countries in the world have this big campuses and the infrastructure.
Okay.
And they are allowed to take about 100 to 150 students per year. Now, we have about 700 district hospitals. Now, these district hospitals should become part of the medical colleges. Each medical college should be asked to double the number of seats. The preclinical training happens in the campus. Clinical work, they go to the district hospital. And this is where they get trained. So straight away from 60 or 70,000 undergraduate seats in the country, you have double the number of undergraduate seats at virtually no cost to the government. And once you convert a district hospital as a medical college, nursing college, paramedical college, entire concept of delivering healthcare in the district will change. The students doctors don't go to remote locations for the sake of money. They go there for the training. I did my first job in Leeds in TB sanatorium because of the degree and the training they will give.
Thank you. No, I think first of all, I want to really so honored to have this chance to moderate this panel. Thank you all for coming. I want to wrap up by saying some of the key conclusions that we've had. The first is, it is necessary for us to expand our healthcare workforce at all levels. This can serve our communities in India. It can prevent an exodus, which will unnecessarily occur if we don't do that expansion. Second, expansion of the specialty workforce and the nurse practitioner program that Preeti talked about and you talked about. I think this is an amazing thing which will help us a lot. I think we need to, as you said, prepare much more for vaccine delivery and make sure that the workforce is there so we can stop this epidemic cold at that point when the vaccine is there in India. Our performance has not been quite as good as many countries in the world. And as far as ECHO is concerned, we are willing to offer our platform at no charge to anyone in India who wants to use it for the benefit of the people of India. And so thank you all again. And thank you to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be a part of it. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arora, Dr. Shetty, Ms. Sudan, and Dr. Bhushan. Thank you so much for joining us and for your incisive and timely insights.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, now, after more than 3 decades, the new Education Policy 2020 has been released with sweeping changes and some path-breaking reforms. Today, we're honored to have with us 2 distinguished guests to speak more about the policy. First, none other than Dr. Krishnaswamy Kasturi Rangan, architect and chairperson of the drafting committee of the new Education Policy. In his long and illustrious career, he was the former head of the Indian Space Research Organization. He is currently the Chancellor of Central University of Rajasthan and NIIT University. He is a former member of the Planning Commission, former member of the Rajya Sabha. He is a recipient of 3 major civilian awards from the Government of India, the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan. Sir, honored to have you join us. Speaking to Dr. Rangan is someone with towering achievements across industry, education, and philanthropy, Mr. Mohandas Pai. Mr. Pai is currently the chairman of Aryan Capital, 314 Capital, and Manipal Global Education Services. He was a member of Infosys Board of Directors and held many senior leadership roles over there. He has also helped set up the Akshay Patra Foundation and helped launch over 14 different investment vehicles and institutions that have cumulatively invested in over 250 companies. Mr. Pai has been awarded the Padma Shri for his nation-building efforts and the Karnataka Rajyotsava Award. Warm welcome to both of you, and it's wonderful to have you join us. Mr. Pai, I hand it over to you for the next 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kasturi Rangan, it's wonderful to talk to you. And first of all, we all of us want to thank you for giving us a wonderful new education policy after 34 years. It is hard to find anybody criticize the policy, even though some people, some part of the country are trying to nitpick on small points, because you seem to have covered everything. And this is indeed a 21st century policy, and we're all very happily surprised. It is a policy given to us by a great technocrat, a great thinker, and a person who loves his country. Now, Dr. Rangan, my first question to you is, when you studied the Indian education system, particularly school education, what were your findings? What did you find that was existing in India, and what are the challenges?
First of all, let me thank you, Mohan, for this opportunity to interact with you. You are always somebody very unique and special to me. On many occasions, I have sought your help. And of course, you have this tremendous ability to recall numbers, which is a great asset for few individuals. And always that clinches the argument most of the time. That's the interesting part of it. So far as education is concerned, we did go through we had, interestingly, several initial responses to our inquiry of what is the thing that we need to do. We didn't start with a preconceived notion of what the education has to be. So you'll be surprised. The order was issued on a particular date. Within an hour, Jayaprakash Narayan from Hyderabad called me. Can I come tomorrow to make my presentation? And here he was. He spent half a day on the very first day of the order to give the issues of the students with respect to the teachers, with respect to pedagogy, with respect to curriculum, with respect to infrastructure, in respect to the girl students, the inadequacy of financial support for the needy ones, and then of course the very fundamental issue of are we teaching the right thing for the right age? That is a fundamental question. And this was a beautiful discourse with Jayaprakash Narayan. So that triggered off the kind of thing that we wanted to look and investigate with respect to education. So it has been a massive challenge for us to deal with the type of responses. There are also, the 2 types of thing. The private schools look at it. Is there going to be a change in the policy that will affect their interest? That's the question. The other part of it is the public system. Can be strengthened, which needs a resolve that we have to make changes in the structure along with the academic component. So this was another kind of a challenge. I think what I want to say is, I think we could finally, that gave us also a flavor of how to look at the problem, how to balance the issues, and how to make sure there are no compromises, but how to make sure that this thought system can find a approach which will not conflict with the interest of either of them, which will only help them. Because the fundamental question with school education was that it needed a total, massive restructure, overhauling, if you want to say. And that is something nobody could question. And the most important other part of it is we also introduced quite a bit of scientific logic into this. It was not purely abstract information, somebody's opinion, somebody's saying. We did introduce, and there were very strong arguments with regard to the scientific inputs for this, and that clinched the issue so far as how the policy for the school education we have to configure.
Dr. Kasturi Rangan, the important question is, what is the underpinning philosophy that guided you in formulating these policies? What did you set out to achieve at the end of it? Because a policy is required for the next 15, 20 years. Policies are not changed overnight. It has to last and take India into the 21st century. The next 20 years are going to be very different. As a scientist, you know the rapidity of change that's going to impact the world. So what are the underpinning philosophy that so that it lasts for the next 15, 20 years?
You know, the few things that are extremely important in our country, in our society, which is multilingual, multi-cultural, plural kind of approach to everything, is that the different segments have different approaches to education, and how do we want to, how they would like to see India's education policy shaped. It'd be interesting to note that we had discussions with a group of Christian missionaries of to how they look at it. Two very intense meetings. We have 15, 16 Muslim organizations who came together, and they had their own view of how to deal with education. Here was a saint Vidyasagar of the Jains. They have they are 5 crore people in this country. They have a large investment in education, and they revere this man. And he's a kind of a Digambara who continuously is a shifting location. So wandering Muni, so to say. And he was camping away from Raipur in this thing. He said that he would like to have a discussion with me, and that too personally. Now, I took the flight to Raipur, went there and drove through rickety roads and reached the place where he was. It was not a great place, but he had shown and there were a lot of his followers there, and spent 3/4 of a day with him. His approach to life and therefore of education should be extremely simple, value-based things. That you should be clean, you should wash your the thing. These kind of, he gave a precepts in a sense of what it should be. So then there is a Tibetan who came and shared his thing, a Buddhist thing. Then there were Sikhs, and then of course a large number of bodies in the Hindu part of it. So this gave us an idea of that we should not cut short any process of thinking which may have an effect on any one of these. So that was one of the things, the philosophy we decided is these multiple sources of input. Then of course there are other segments of the society. I don't want to overlook the fact that there were industrialists, FICCI, CIA, they were all there. I am giving this kind of a people because these are the ones that can really make difference into their opinion. And they have large followers and they have their own aspirations. So we went in. So that is the point that I would like to say, that then of course the third or fourth considerations are not philosophical, but imperatives. The ones that I would like to say is, one is that India has a population, 50% is above 30 years, or below 30 years. This is one. And the next 10 years for them, this is the stakes. It's an aspiration. You have a technology which is changing, artificial intelligence experts, these are all a part and parcel of today's thing. And if education does not have a focus on this kind of a thing, obviously we are going to lose out. That is another kind of a thing. Then you look at the kind of international things that we have committed ourselves, what you may call Sustainable Development Goals, SD4, and the kind of the lifelong education and quality education for everyone. So those kind of, they are simple to state, but extremely difficult in terms of translating into actions. So we had to have a policy. So this is the other side of the framework that we had to put down. So these kind of approaches, which involved multiple elements or agents of the society, multiple institutions, multiple organizations with interest in education, and individuals who have given their life for education, we didn't want to leave them out. The philosophy was take their inputs, convert it into a philosophy, and then integrate it, and then create a framework for this. That's how we do.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. It's been a very large democratic exercise where you listen to all shades of opinion, taken the best from everybody, and distilled it into one single report. No, Dr.
I only Kasturirangan want to say in this, in the 2 years, we had a minister who appointed us. He always checked how we are progressing, but never once did he say, why don't you look into this aspect, because he
Oh, really? You had full autonomy, full freedom.
Remarkable. I should say, these are things that really gladdens my heart and also have hope in the system.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. That means that you had full freedom to come out with a report, no restrictions on your thinking, and you assimilated all these thoughts and came out with this wonderful report.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Kasturirangan, when the new education policy is implemented, a child who has gone through 12 years of the policy imperatives, when they finish 12 years of school, because we'll confine ourselves to school education, what do you think the child should be? What kind of person the child should be at the age of, let us say, 18? Because I think this is important. You are trying to create, to use a crude word, a finished product, a product that comes out of school. What is that finished product? What do you expect the child to have? What are the qualities of heart and mind that the child should have that should come out from what your suggestions are in the policy?
Great, thoughtful question, typical of you, Mohan. I only want to say, first, I had to always work backwards. Being also a scientist, I don't just look at the outcome and then forget about what led to that outcome. So I have to give a little time to the fact that if we have to create an outcome where the child has a meaningful role in the society, he or she is employable, he or she knows the system that is called India, the complex system, and he is able to take views, even though not very incisive and very high level, but he has an understanding of the issues and also subscribe to the basic ethos and principles of this country. You need a certain way of acquiring it. To acquire this, you have to start making investments right from the day the child is born. It is not as simple as saying that we can get something at the end of the school without bothering about what happened to the child. So how do you do this? That is where the story starts. You create the first 3 years at home. You have a home language, there is a mother tongue and all that kind of a thing. The family takes a lot of interest in the child in even the traditional way, like playthings and other things which are so unique to every state. These are all there. The child is grown with a lot of care, affection, and at the same time, responsible to the environment, which is what the cognitive science demands. Then the next 5 years, the child doesn't grow, every child doesn't grow in the same way. There is a non-linearity in the case of the child's growth. So we need to make sure that every child is given its attention and find out its strengths and weaknesses and correct it. This will, because 83% of the brain is complete development by the age of 8. So if you don't take advantage of that growth pattern, and also not every child grows in the same way in which the other child grows. So this creates an unstructured educational requirement. So the foundational phase is one where we call as an unstructured phase, because every child has to be dealt for its own strengths and weaknesses. So this is the second part of it. So once you do that part of it, you start getting into a second phase where you try to start understanding some basic principles, some ideas, some communication, but across the subjects, not necessarily that it can concentrate on one subject or other subject, but in the overall context of it. That is the primary school. Then you go to the kind of a middle school where you can now structure yourself into subjects. So that subject learning comes into picture by the middle school. And then finally in the secondary school, all these years of 5 + 3 + 3, 11 comes into the aid of making the child understand things, able to make judgments, be creative, be original, and all other faculties, which gives the virtue for the child to to learn the world, to understand the world, and to even pick up expertise in skills or occasional things which are useful at that particular stage. So it is a build-up of a child in the 15 years, plus a direction to the home that the first 3 years there will be provisions. In that policy we have said there will have to be a provision to make sure that even the 3 years we need to be looking after that child properly by the parents, and the necessary institutional mechanism we need to bring. So that is the story of a child's growth. So it is a very interesting way to look at it. It goes from a perceptual capability to a conceptual capability, to a prescriptive capability, and ultimately an abstract things he can learn. So in 4 stages, the child grows. We take advantage of that growth pattern and try to give it that gift that it can make judgments on its own, it can learn on its own, it can use books, it can deal with others. And this is the kind of a thing at a level which is consistent with what is demanded out of it. And it also becomes employable because the elements of vocational education we bring in at the 3-year next second 3-year period, and also in the final secondary school period. So you have a job possibility also. After all, you go to a village, and in fact Prime Minister beautifully put it that we need to adopt a few days of bagless days. The youngsters should go and visit the local institutions, try to learn out of factories, hospitals, other kinds of things, learn gardening and many carpentry. And so these are all embedded into the policy with respect to the last 4 years. So this in a sense makes the child what it should be as a future Indian.
That's wonderful. I think this is very well thought out. But tell me a very personal question. You are a man of great accomplishment. You reached the heights of Indian science, headed ISRO, did so many things, Chandrayaan, you were responsible for that. From the education that you got as a child, what is different in what you are suggested? Because we want more Kasturi Rangans. We want more people like you. But you are an exception to the generation.
I want to tell you, one thing is there. We were brought up in a school. I was in Kerala for 5 years. Much of my school education was in Mumbai. And Mumbai is a kind of a society which, if you get exposed, you become more adventurous, more bold in things and things like that. And also it has got a multi cultural society. And then I went to Ahmedabad, but to Vikram Sarabhai for my PhD. The important aspect is the school period was very limited in terms of the type of thing we are seeing, the no rote learning. 50% should be devoted to arts, crafts, and many other kinds of things. Freedom for child to learn what it wants. And don't unnecessarily load the child with subjects in a directed way, which is of no interest for the child. So allow it to choose among a variety of subjects. And to facilitate it, we have even given a school complex as a model to realize all that kind of a thing. In some element, this was prevalent in our times. We were taught not very large. Our subject matters were limited, number one. Second thing is, most of the questions, the teachers used to ask us questions and try to evaluate whether we have understood the principle or not. This is the second part of it. Every Saturday before I go home, in terms of half a day is a school day, they bring some books, which is all on Greek legends, Indian myths and everything. And they ask me children to bring it up and bring it on Monday morning. The whole idea, they're not going to ask questions. You read it for your sake. So this is another kind of a thing. And then I, having born in and moving in Matunga area, you know this in Bangalore, Bombay, I used to visit the footpath books store. And I used to buy it was 4 annas in those days for a book. And several books I used to buy over 50. We get it 15 days to 1 month vacation. I should read 100 books. That is a kind
100 books.
All kinds of books. They may be also 30 pages and 40 pages. Those I'm not talking about 200 books pages. But you read, whether it is history, whether it is geography, whether it is a legend, whether it is myth, whether it is the question of a Roman Empire, type and all by Tacitus. I read Tacitus' book on the annals of Roman Empire in those years. So this gave a kind of what you today call as a liberal education from the street. A liberal education from the street was the kind of a thing. So, the free freedom that you enjoyed at the family level, no try to load you. School teaches you limited things, gives you the freedom to read more things. And then you also inspire yourself in reading all the kinds of things. It could be whether the knowledge comes out from a public library or from the street, it doesn't matter. It changes the personality. First of all, it changes your English. First of all, it changes your thinking. It changes the variety of ways in which various civilizations have grown. I think having left that phase, he still was stuck in the mind.
Oh.
I think when you become chairman of ISRO, sometimes from that, what you call as a RAM, random access memory, something is drawn, or some other thing is drawn. So this is a very interesting way in which I think my growth and evolution has been. There is no trajectory of this kind laid out for everybody. It just happens, and it just happened. So I think that is all I can summarize with respect to this. Of course, when you go to space, you learn a lot of things in space. And the space is not science and technology alone. Applications are there, social elements are there, economic aspects are there, strategic aspects are there, foreign collaboration is there. So once you become a chairman of space, you have to be aware at least up to a good point about these elements. And then you become in the Rajya Sabha, you give a little more, because what you try to do is to refine your thoughts to make sure that people listen to you. Because space I can say and people listen because I am chairman. In Rajya Sabha, if you say wrong things, you will be rebuked. So you are always nervous what you say and what you don't say. So that sharpened my method of analyzing things before I can talk a word about it in Rajya Sabha. The planning commission gave the mother of all kind of a thing, if you ask me, an experience of India, experience of planning of India, and couple it with economics, and then try to look at how do you sharpen specific areas in a holistic manner. That was something, because you don't have any institution which can do that kind of a thing. So that was the third element. And finally, when this challenge was thrown to us, the one of making the national education policy, all I can say is it proved to be much more complex than all the earlier experiences. And so I conclude by saying NEP gave me an experience which is a mother of all complexities.
All experiences.
Yeah.
Dr. Rangan, my last question before you go on to Q&A. You know, India is a very diverse country. There are rich, middle class, lower middle class, poor. There are tribal areas, backward areas, so-called backward areas, big cities like Mumbai, Bangalore, etc. There are private schools, public schools, all kinds of schools. Now, all this is required in diversity. How does your policy, the policy recommendation, ensures that no child is left behind, that every child gets good education, there's equal access to all, and there is good quality in everything? Because nobody has been able to solve this problem in the last 70 years. Because we are a country with about maybe 228 crore children in school, and we produce 2.5 crore babies a year. So do you have any savings on this? It's the last
I think we have actually the very first thing that we have done on the early childhood care and education, where the largest dropouts occurred. And a good part of the largest dropout, not only that is the only reason, is the fact that the child is not able to bear the load of ignorance. It is being pumped with mathematics, so many subjects, but is not able to understand it. Because as I told you, the brain growth, there's a mismatch between the brain growth and the way we educate the youngster. So that is the part which we want to correct it with respect to the childhood education, early childhood and the foundational phase. All that we are trying to make sure is this foundational phase education, which should be one of the first priorities in the education now in this country. We need to bring ECC. If you don't do ECC properly, and also a program which is attaining the foundational literacy and numeracy, which is one of the other aspects of it. By 2025 is the time we have put for this. I think there is a national mission they are going to form for this. And this is for foundational literacy, and then correspondingly change the pedagogy. As I said, it is 5 plus 3 plus 3. I think this is one of the things that has to be brought into picture. And particularly, I want to say that there is no escape from ECC being now introduced as early as possible, the early phase of the school education for the child education and child care. That is one. The second, of course, is the fact that we have now tried to discuss a little bit about areas which are, mostly it is a question of equitable, inclusive education we talk of on one side. And there are these socio-economically disadvantaged groups. I can come up to that much later if you want. But the gender identity is an issue where even females as well as transgender are separated out and they are disadvantaged. Socio-cultural index, even CST all said and done, or OBC or minorities, there's the other part of it. Then there are these geographical and problems. Some of the villages have got very poor in terms of the economy. And then disabilities is another kind of a thing. Then socio-economic condition, migrant labor and things like that. There are the questions of education. How do you? So the policy has made separate strategy as policy for each one of them. This is the most important thing. Questions can raise, these issues, recommendations could range from scholarship, financial support, hostels, right teachers, the ability to have that right. For example, disparity means disabled fellow means you need to have even devices to aid them, and then they climb ramps and things like that. So and we can discuss with the entire group in this country which is representing the disparity. We spend half a day with them. So to give you an idea of that, how seriously we have gone in, I think in each one of them we have talked to the representative, and we have also one member who was a member of the vice chancellor of the tribal university, Indira Gandhi National Open Tribal University, Mr. Katimani, Professor Katimani. He knows in and out of the tribal education and what is denying them, what do we want to help them, and what do we want to, we don't want to perturb them also, because under the name of high education, you try to perturb their culture, that also is not a right thing. So he gave us a very valuable inputs on this kind of a thing. So on the whole, we have addressed this question in a holistic manner. All the socio-economically disadvantaged groups have been addressed. Specific suggestions have come out of all this, and we have included it as a policy, keeping in mind the various special requirements, including the creation of the right type of teachers and attitude in the society.
That's wonderful. I think that's fantastic. Santosh, we are running out of time. Any questions for Dr. Rangan? I wish we had more time because it's getting exciting. We still need half an hour, but